Home Science from Hyderabad. Though she is a MSc in Home Science, she has started her own diet clinic very recently, from past 6 months. Um, and she has, along with her very good professional academic achievements, she has several awards at this young age only. It shows her interest in her area and area for own study and profession and everything. So she has many national and international awards, and this she'll be giving it to you. Everyone will get this brochure with about her to you, about her clinic and all. So let me not drag this introduction of hers, because she is known to me since her childhood, because she is our own colleague, Dr. Jyoti Rathod's daughter. She is a professor here. Jyoti Rathod ma'am is a professor of home science, and she is a daughter of Dr. Jyoti Rathod. And her daughter, she is also in the same path as her mother is going. Like she has also gone to MSc in home science, and she is achieving good things in her life. So with this introduction, as she has to go to Delhi, she'll be taking for just an half an hour, and she'll just deal with life that is beyond what we all see. Like it's not just growing crop or processing it and all. What next with respect to food? That she'll be addressing it to you in this morning. So, Dr. Diksha, it's a great pleasure to have you here. Time is yours now.
A very good morning, everyone. As Dr. Soumya said, I myself, Dr. Diksha Nayak, I have done my PhD from Food Science and Nutrition Department, US, Dharwad. So today I'll be speaking about like harmful effects of pesticides on human health. Okay, so the title is Beyond the Crop, that is understanding the pesticide residue and its impact on human health. So speaking about pesticides, okay, whenever we speak of pesticides, we know that it plays a very important role in agriculture, as yes, because at first use of pesticides was aiming at reducing the loss of agricultural products as well as improving the affordable yield, and then furthermore improving the quality of the food produced. Okay, so there was development of pesticides. It increased drastically during World War II, just aiming at improving the production quantity. Okay, so furthermore even controlling insect-borne diseases. So when did this production increase? Okay, when we look into data, about 11% increase has been seen worldwide, that too per year. Okay, so looking into 1950s, around 0.2 million tons of pesticides was used in 1950 alone. Furthermore, when we reach 2000, just in the span of 50 years, we can see that overall 5 million ton of pesticides have been produced and already used. But as the decades passed, we can see that currently 3 billion kgs of pesticides have been consumed worldwide every year, with only 1% of the total pesticides being effectively used to control the pests or target plants. So what happened to the rest of it? The rest of it reached the non-target plants and environmental media such as soil, water and air. Okay, how does the pesticides enter the human body? Okay, so there are majorly three routes: dermal route, oral route and respiratory route. Dermal route, it usually happens when there is spillage of pesticides, splashing of it or spray drifting of the same. Okay, whereas oral, people who produce or use pesticides when they do not wash their hands while consuming food or smoking, it enters our system, and also by consumption of contaminated food. Furthermore, talking about the respiratory route, volatile components present in the pesticides, they enter our system through nose, throat, and affects the lung tissues when inhaled in large amounts from the environment through air, water, and soil. Okay. Speaking about the impact of the same pesticide exposure on human health, so owing to pesticides, important role in agriculture development. So the dependence on the dependence of agriculture on pesticides have been very regular, and due to that, the usage of the same has been drastically increased. Especially meeting the demand of population, expansion of population has been of major concern, and filling the hungry stomach is the second concern. Henceforth, the use of pesticides have been increasing year after year. So this dependence has caused major impact on environmental stress and has detrimental health effects on humans worldwide. Okay. Which groups are at higher risk? So high risk groups are directly exposed to pesticides. Okay. So the workers who are involved in farming activities, the formulators of the pesticides, the sprayers, the mixers, loaders, and agricultural farm workers. All these are directly affected by harmful effect of pesticides. So what about the indirect exposure? So humans are also indirectly exposed to pesticides by contamination of soil, air, and water. So usually what happens, we are all aware that whenever there is rainfall, there is erosion of soil, and that erosion leads to contamination of water as well. So speaking about the toxic health effects, toxic effects often occurs within a few minutes or several hours of poisoning by pesticides. So some of the manifestations of choleric crisis include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal cramp, urinary incontinence, meiosis, salivation, lacrimation, bronchia, then brachycardia, hypotension, fusiculation, muscle paralysis, dizziness, confusion, seizures, coma, and prolonged exposure will definitely lead to respiratory failure. Then what about the chronic diseases? So chronic exposure, chronic like say for prolonged exposure as well as in larger quantities, it leads to chronic diseases such as cancers. It has adverse reproductive outcomes, then male sterility, peripheral neuropathies, neurobehavioral disorders, impaired immune functions, allergic sensitization reaction, that too particularly on skin. So the rashes or the what we say is blisters, which are usually commonly seen on hands and feet of the farming community, are exclusively due to exposure to these harmful pesticides. So what are the most of the pesticides affect male reproductive system, causing sperm damage, DNA damage, and abnormal sperm morphology. As an example, cumulative inhalation of cholinergic activity has a result of long-term as well as low-dose exposure of organophosphorus compounds lead to chronic diseases. So these two here are these two examples given to describe the class of pesticides which has direct impact on male reproductive system. So when we talk about pesticides, it's not just an acute or a chronic phase. It has an impact on overall system, human system. So starting with the minor things such as headache or loss of consciousness, eye and skin irritation, then it may even lead to Parkinson's disease, then neurological disorder, hyper and hypothyroidism, and thyroid tumors, then breast cancers, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, then diabetic and obesity can also be caused due to this. Extreme weakness, seizures, or even death can be caused. Allergic sensitization, appearance of cysts in the ovaries, because PCOD, as we know, it's most prominent among women population as of now. So there may be reduced sperm quality with consequent decreased fertility, genital malfunctions, decreased fertility, testicular and prostate cancers, as well as early puberty onset in young children. So, speaking about children, children are more vulnerable to pesticide exposure. Children are more vulnerable to pesticide exposure because their organs, nervous system and immune systems are still developing. Children are less able to detoxify or excrete pesticides. Exposure during certain early development periods can cause permanent damage. In addition to being more vulnerable to pesticide toxicity, children's behavior and physiology make them more likely to receive greater pesticide exposure than adults. And how is that? That is mainly because of it happens through skin. Compared to adult, children have more skin or surface area to their size. Henceforth, we can see their skin size may be less, but they have folded skins. Henceforth, the surface area is more for pesticidal exposure. Furthermore, children have a higher respiratory rate, and so they inhale airborne pesticides at a faster rate than adults. Children also consume proportionately more food and water, and further the contaminated food may lead to toxicity in them. With their increased contact with floor, lawn and playgrounds, children behavior also increases their exposure to pesticides. So what about the health effects of certain classes of pesticides? So organophosphates and carbamates are majorly, most commonly and extensively used pesticides. Here these pesticides are like nerve gas. They attack the brain and nervous system, interfering with the nerve signal transmission. Symptoms include headache, nausea, dizziness, vomiting, chest pain, diarrhea, muscle pain and confusion. In severe poisoning incidents, symptoms can include convulsions, difficulty breathing, involuntary urination, coma and death. Acute poisoning of the nervous system by these pesticides affects hundreds and thousands of people around the world each year. The next class of pesticides is soil fumigants. These pesticides are applied to soil, forming a gas that is toxic to nematodes, fungi, bacteria, insects and plants in the soil. Because they are gaseous, they move from soil into air and expose people living or working nearby. Symptoms of fumigant exposure include irritation of skin, eyes and lungs, and extremely irritating to eyes and lungs. Okay. Dichlorpropane, methampsodium, methamppotassium are all cancer causing chemicals, and methampsodium causes reproductive harm as well. In countries where fumigants use is high, premature birth is most commonly seen, and than countries wherein the use of fumigants is very low. Coming to pithroids, these insecticides are synthetic chemicals that are structurally similar to botanical components that have been designed to be more persistent. So whatever is more advantageous to the crop is that is directly related to be more harmful effect on human health. Okay, they are toxic to the nervous system, and there is concern that during pregnancy a fetus is not able to efficiently break down these chemicals. Henceforth, the stillbirths, of stillbirths and preterm babies have been witnessed more commonly. Symptoms of this include tremors, salivation, headaches, fatigue, vomiting, stinging and itching of skin and involuntary twitching. Many of these causes long-term health problems such as resmetirin causes both cancer as well as reproductive harm. This may also cause genetic damage as well as reproductive harm. So when we speak about overall about pesticides, what we can say is it's high time that we minimize the usage of these pesticides and impart proper knowledge regarding the use of these and harmful effect of these in our farming communities, such that it's really high time that we stop overthinking about the production alone and think about the quality of life we are imparting in our population as well. Thank you. Okay. So I would like to speak about Diksha Diet Clinic as well. So when we say Diksha Diet Clinic, mainly what we do is we take a part as counseling. Counseling for all individuals. Diet, it doesn't just restrict to weight loss or weight gain. So people with diabetes, cancer, hypertension, any chronic or acute illness, they have been counseled over there. Then furthermore, we take up activities such as we see that we are imparting some of our knowledge among different preschools or the community clubs, or we conduct nutrition camps at different hospitals, because we cannot just depend on pills alone. So we need a proper nutrition in order to avoid occurrence of these chronic disorders in ourselves. So even we give talks at radio talks have been arranged, and the main concept here is, instead of depending on the supplements alone, so eating right, whatever the home based food is there, that needs to be managed in order to build a healthy community. So this is our Google page, and here are few of the testimonials wherein there have been improvement, month-wise there have been improvement in weight, BMI have been reduced, and complete body fat have been reversed. So here are some of the testimonials. Reviews again. So this is my Instagram handle, and here are my contact details. So I would like to end my talk with a quote saying, nutrition is a path for healing rather than just medicine. Thank you.
Is there anything to be discussed? Can you give questions? One or two questions to be thrown to Diksha after talk.
After post-house technology,
Yes.
how can we reduce the intake of pesticides and insecticides which is present in the fruits or vegetables? Is there any way to remove it?
No such thing, ma'am. Only thing is we can leach out the sodium present in green leafy vegetables. That is by leaching process, just by brine, blanching it. Rather than, we can't do that for the grains, because what happens is there is not one source of contamination. The air, soil, water, everything is supplied contaminated. Henceforth, we can say that there is automatic genetic modification or something occurring in the plants as well, because human health itself has been having an adverse effect. Henceforth, we can say that even the crops what we are eating, they are also somewhat altered.
So some practices are being used like turmeric or water, or like tamarind water is used to remove the pesticides.
Yes.
Possible.
It cannot be 100%, ma'am. It's just for we want to console ourselves, like we are doing something different, and we are perceiving it to be healthier than what others are consuming. That's all. Yes, sir. Yes.
And most of the toxic contents are deposited in our body in a fat body.
Yes.
Are there any diet to detoxify our body from these toxic contents?
No, sir. No, because we cannot say, usually what we say is we have detoxification. Natural detoxification, what occurs is because of our liver. So that is the detoxifying, that has the detoxification mechanism. So whatever we do, like these days there are many herbal teas, there are spice teas, which claims to be like it has a detoxifying effect on your system. But no for pesticides, because we can just imagine it enters our DNA and it changes our DNA. What can we expect more? Because it's high time that we switch the usage from such harmful things and start thinking about natural remedies rather than only sole purposely thinking about the usage of chemical items.
Previous slides you have shown regarding cancer incident.
Yes, sir.
So if you take the data by say,
Hmm.
so India stands 137 rank in the cancer rate
Yes, sir.
as compared to USA, Europe and Australia.
Yes, sir.
So we have to look that all the water bodies are contaminated with pesticides.
Yes.
The real truth is we are the third highest production in India fishes. So fishes are very sensible for the water quality change. Suddenly the water quality changes will be very but there is a myth in our society that pesticide will cause cancer. Pesticide won't cause any cancer because the molecules which they have prepared are highly tested. So and highly what you call that it can offline. Most of the vegetables and food once you put the food the intensity of the texture will reduce. So we are saying the untruth to the audience because we are saying simply that it can cause the cancer. But according to government data, only 1% of the
So you're speaking only about water contamination. What about soil and air? We are not testing soil. Means we are testing soil but not for residue. We cannot test all the soil present. Then we cannot test the air. Right. Because as I'm practicing in this field, I can say it's 100% that incidence of PCOD has gone spikingly high. Cancer has gone spikingly high.
India has 135 rank.
We can't compare it with other countries.
Punjab stands 25th rank as compared to Sikkim, Meghalaya, where they use only organics, where the cancer is high. But Punjab
I'm not saying cancer is like pesticide is the only reason for cancer, but it has an impact, right? Why? How come the farming communities are facing cancer?
then madam, how come the Punjab stands 25th rank? So actually Sikkim and Meghalaya stands first and second with cancer.
No.
So Punjab is more prone state, sir, compared to others.
Get the cancer rate.
Of course, maybe
You can't
like
get cancer with only one.
yeah.
There are 100 and So, but you are taking an index as pesticide to the cancer. No, you can't do that. You can't relate it.
It is one of the reasons.
No, that's why I'm not telling the
Yes, sir.
Better to include scientific validation in your slides, madam.
Yes, sir.
Pesticide in the consumption is molecules start and effect ಆಯಿತು ಇದರಿಂದ ರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೆಸ್ಟಿಸೈಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಅಂತ
The exclusive, we have to go for that particular
Cancer
part.
alone.
It's just the reasons what we can quote to that unhealthy situations what we are facing. Among the reasons, this is also one. There are a number of factors that influence our unhealthy condition of today's living. So it is one among them. It is not the sole responsible thing that we
Well,
face.
certain proof if they give the
Immunity level, what we are low immunity level itself is the main reason.
ಈಗ ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಕಂಟಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಬಟ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಟೇಕ್ ದ ಡಾಟಾ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ದ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಶಸ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಚೇಂಜ್
Okay, sir. All respective lectures will definitely deliver in their own field. At that time, we will talk about fisheries and now she has to catch her flight for Delhi. So let me thank Dr. Diksha for being here in first hour itself. Personally, I am more
Thank you.
happy to have her here. In fact, I am listening to her for the first time. It was a great lecture.
Yes, ma'am. I will just hand out my brochures. I will definitely. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diksha. So those who are interested to maintain your balanced diet, you can just contact Diksha and her contact details. She has her own clinic at Shivamogga, in the same Shivamogga road, in the main road of Shivamogga. we have Basangoda MG. He is an horticulturist. He is serving as a scientist at Karadabala Krishi Vignana Kendra, Davanagere district. Is the man for farmers and is always there in the field. No need to explain or introduce him in any words or sentences, because you will know what he will teach now or what he will communicate it to you. Because any time you ask, he will be there in the field. And whatever the problems that come across with the farmers, they just definitely address. And more than anything else, he is a good man who maintains documents very neatly. And he's fond of WhatsApp, YouTube, all digital kinds of things to make sure that the things reach to people who are in need. So he uses all the modern digital items what they are available is techno-savvy. So and he is serving the KVK since 17.5 years. He is graduated from Agriculture College, Mudigere, and post-graduated from GKVK Bengaluru. It's really we are all fortunate to have him here as a resource person today. Sir, we have participants from Kerala and from the almost all the districts of Karnataka. So majority are from KVK system only. As you said, KVK is a family. Yeah, definitely. And we have scientists from assistant professors from veterinary university also. Basically, our agriculture and horticulture words like intercropping, mulching, all that sounds like Greek and Latin for them. And in spite of that, you have to address the heterogeneous group today, sir. Time is up, sir.
And good morning, everyone. It's very pleasure to come over here and have a few discussions regarding natural farming along with my KVK family. I'm really happy that many of you are from KVK family. Actually, Davangere district is comprised of more plantation crops. Okay? So Dr. Ashok spoken to me regarding prospects and opportunities of natural farming in the especially plantation crops. Okay? So I don't want to give complete details, theoretical lecture. I don't want to give. Just for information sake, I have put my slide. Just go through the slides regarding the theoretical aspects. I just want to share my experience with the farmers regarding natural farming. That is most important. Okay, what farmers think about the natural farming? Feasible? Is it sustainable? Is it economical? Can it answer our nation's malnutrition, food production? Like this, we need to discuss few issues. Okay. I think you all know about the concept. From last 2 days, complete lecture about what is it, what is organic farming, what is ZBNF, what is the concept, what are the objectives, what are the principles of natural farming. Everything I think we have discussed. The most important approach of the concept of natural farming is the minimization of external inputs for the sustainable productivity of any crop. So that what we call as LISA, low external input for sustainable agriculture. So whatever the raw materials that we generate in the plantation crops or in any other crops, let us recycle it, let us fulfill the soil demand, try to get some benefit out of the fertility status and get some productivity. So that's the main concept that we are working in natural farming. Then these three principles. The philosophy of this natural farming is a regenerative one, and it is a low cost one, then it is a sustainable one. So these three things one need to consider, these 3 points. So the philosophy of natural farming is based on these three philosophies. Okay. Then what are the basics of natural farming is? One is the regenerative practices and integrated pest and disease management and water conservation. I think you last 2 days we have discussed enough about how to increase the soil fertility, how to harvest the rains, how to go for soil and water conservation. So lot of issues have been discussed by our senior professors. Okay, I don't want to go in detail about this. And these are the 3 basics of natural farming. One is the biocontrol, that is integrated pest and disease management, where we can use some eco-friendly management systems to control our pest and diseases. That is one of the most important aspect one need to address in the natural farming. Okay, the science behind natural farming is the most important science is the microbial activity. As you all know, many of you are from soil science department. Okay, that Ramesh is there. So the fertility is entirely depends on the microbial activity, as our vice chancellor told. So all our basic things that depends on microbes. The same way, how much of fertilizer you have applied, how much of nutrients you have supplied to the soil. So if there is no microbial activity, that will not be available to the plants. So the basic objective of natural farming is to increase the microbial load, especially in the soil, so that whatever the available nutrients present in the soil, it will be given to the plants. Then soil carbon sequestration, that is most important. As we know, majority of our soils, Indian soils, they are very less in organic carbon. That is, I think it is less than 1. Okay, so the main important theme behind the natural farming is to increase the carbon sequence ratio, and then of course it's the biological pest and disease control, that what we need to discuss. Then look at the cropping pattern of natural farming farmers in Karnataka. See, if you just see, majority of the farmers, they are doing natural farming only in the field crops. Paddy is the main one. Okay, then comes to banana, then comes to sugar cane. If you just look at the plantation crops, arecanut is one crop where we can do something natural farming in plantation crops, arecanut and coconut. So those are all the 2 crops where we can get something out of natural farming. Okay, so around 4% of the farmers, that is 7% of the farmers and 4% of the present area is under arecanut. Okay. Then if it comes tamarind, that comes under the fruit crops. Okay, it is around 3 to 4%, and mango it is 3 to 4%, and banana it's around 7% of the farmers they can go for natural farming. This is one of the most important statistical data that we can know. Just look at this slide. So how a natural farming ecosystem is entirely different from an organic ecosystem. Is there any difference between organic farming and natural farming? I think we have discussed a lot about organic farming and natural farming, where we have an ecosystem balance maintained in natural farming system, and we will have the diversity in terms of, it may be a plant diversity, it may be animal diversity, or anything for that matter. We have the diversity, and there will be a natural nutrient cycle replacement that will be happening in the natural farming ecosystem. Then soil fertility will be maintained automatically. So we are not going to apply anything. Okay. Look at this organic ecosystem where we have the crop diversity is also there, biocontrol is there, and we are artificially recycling the nutrients, and also soil protection aspects that we come across in the organic ecosystem. So this is the main concept of LISA, that is under natural farming, low external input for sustainable agriculture. We can encourage farmers to cut down the use of, I think it is not possible for 100% cut down of nutrients. Other day when I spoke to one of the farmer in my Davanagere arecanut farmer, I told, you don't cultivate this time, don't apply any fertilizers, your fertility status is good. So the farmer is, he expressed his ideas. Sir, even though we are applying so much of fertilizers, micronutrients, foliar spray, everything, we are not able to get even 10 to 12 quintals of arecan per acre. Okay? If I practice as natural farming, then the incidence of idimundige will be very high. Then I may go in loss, because there is a lot of economic profit that we are obtaining in plantation crops, especially in arecanut. So he is expressing like that. Okay, so it is very difficult for the any scientist or any technocrat to advise a farmer to go for a natural farming. It's very difficult. Okay, so that's why. So we need to go for this concept, that is a LISA concept, where we have to cut down the use of fertilizers and insecticides, everything, and we have to encourage the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, PKVY. Okay, we have to go for the earthworm production, then vermicompost production, and everything, etc. Then techniques, I think you have studied yesterday itself, that is zero budget natural farming, then indigenous microorganisms, then mulching. Mulching is one concept that we practice in the natural farming. Then look at this. So how mulching helps in natural farming. So it reduces the erosion, it maintains the soil structure, it reduces the evaporation aspects, then increase soil fauna, then suppress weeds, then soil overheating, then it releases the nutrients. This is some of the advantage. I think everyone will tell only the advantages of mulching. Is there any disadvantages of mulching? Yes, of course. We have some disadvantages. In natural farming ecosystem, where we see the proliferation of slugs, snails and termites, and survival of crop pests and diseases, that is the most important. Especially, this is most dangerous in especially plantation crops. Suppose if you just leave it, all the inflorescence just drop out in the arecanut or coconut. If there is any inflorescence dieback happens, if there is a Coletotrichum gliosporiax is there, it will go and survive in the soil. So that's why we have to see there are some negative aspects of mulching also, and it also there is a risk of nitrogen immobilization, and then production of organic matter may compete with the production of crop. I think this is in very less quantity. Okay. Then just see the interdependent and interconnected network of microorganisms with plants. There are so many activities. Microorganisms do so many activities. It's just like a factory. It just runs like a factory. Okay. Then other techniques, I think cover crops you have, I think yesterday they might have covered. Then composting techniques they have covered. Then crop rotation aspects. So these are all some of the important aspects that in the natural farming. Then look at this, the web of microbial fungi in the healthy soils. This is one of the important aspect one need to consider in the natural farming. Okay. Then three important aspects we need to go for sustainable crop rotation or one is the diversity for health, then enhancing nutrient cycling, and weed and pest control. These are the three important aspects. Then look at benefits of natural farming. So I think many times we have discussed environmental benefits, or it may be health benefits, or it may be economical benefits. We need to consider all the three. Ecological benefits, income, that is economy benefits, and then health benefits. We need to consider all these things. I don't want to go in detail about this. Then this is the impact of natural farming, and you can go through the slides. Then how we need to implement natural farming in the research stations or in any farm field. So first we need to study, and we need to execute our plan in a systematic manner, and then we have to implement it in a right direction, and just we need to monitor the system. Okay. Then this is one component, that is implementing of agroforestry is another important component in the natural farming, that is a tree crop integration, then biodiversity conservation and sustainable yield. So this is the three important aspects we need to consider during implementing agroforestry. Then integrating our life science activities. So without life science, there is no natural farming. I think there will be no natural farming without animals. Okay. So they are the most integral part of the natural farming system. Okay, and this is how there will be interlinking animal component, plant component. Okay, so this is how it will be interlinked. Okay, then water conservation strategies, that is conservation of rainwater, then practicing the drip irrigation system, then soil moisture monitoring system. These are all the three important aspects one need to consider in the water conservation. Then fostering pollinator habitats. I think it will happen naturally in natural farming system. That is establishing a niche for a pollinating habit. It will happen naturally because so many types of plants that we obtain, so many types of flowers we obtain. So I think cross pollination or everything pollinating aspects that will be taken care in natural farming field. Okay. Then harvesting and post harvesting techniques. What are the aspects we need to consider in natural farming that we can go through. Then most important is economical viability and market access. Is there any separate price for natural farming products? Any separate price? We should get. Yes, organically certified products, if it is there, then only we will get a separate price. So this is the phase where farmers are thinking, if we get the benefit of an extra price for our natural farming product or for an organic farming product, so that we can practice those aspects. Okay, so government has to take some initiatives. Government has to take some initiatives in fixing the separate price for the market analysis, value chain management, and then sustainable business models we need to encourage for the natural farming system. Otherwise it is very difficult, it is not sustainable. If I tell you frankly, natural farming in plantation crops only to the tune of 5 to 10%, not 100%. 90% it is not possible to go for natural farming. And natural farming can be practiced by farmer with different source of income. Then only it is possible. If a farmer is having 30 to 35 acres of land, okay, he can practice 5 acres of natural farming and 20 acres of chemical farming. He can practice. But a small and marginal farmer having a 5 and 6 acres, if he goes for natural farming, it's highly impossible. It's highly impossible. I have seen, I will show some of the best photographs of natural farming practiced by our farmers. A field experience, I will take you to my slide. Okay. Then what are the challenges and opportunities that we come across during natural farming? The one is the most important is the transition period. Transition period. How many years it will take to convert? Whether in 1 year or 2 years or 10 years, 15 years. So that's the transition period. Then what will be the market demand? Then what are the different types of invasive species that we find? Those are the important challenges. Then pest and disease management, soil erosion prevention, then water conservation aspects. So these are all some of the few challenges that we notice. Then is there any future for natural farming, especially in plantation crops? Yes. We need to go for technological integration between different, we need to go for some research. Okay, how our research should be economically viable. I will tell you in my practical experience, if you just tell whatever is present in your POP, package of practice, that will not work out in the field. If I again tell for control of sucking pests, go for monoprotophos, not work. For control of leaf eating caterpillars, chloropyrifos, that will not work. You have to come out of your POP and then you have to advise the farmer. So I do like that only. Even my colleague Dr. Sangoda. So we both, when we go to field, so farmers they tell new chemicals. They tell new chemicals. Sir, there are so many chemicals in the market. So why you are again advising these age-old chemicals? Okay, so we have to think out of box. And when we do in the farmer advisory services, we have to think out of box. and there is a need of technological integration for improving the natural system. Then we need to have some policy support from the government and also. Then we need to create some global awareness about the natural farming. Yes, it's happening now. In this central government, they are giving lot of importance for natural farming, and they have formed separate project for natural farming in Krishi Vigyan Kendras. And we are encouraging so many aspects, and we are again going for the back our ancient agriculture system. Then what are the opportunities in adopting the natural farming system is, one is the sustainable agriculture, then improving the yield and quality, then cost saving aspects we need to consider. These are the three opportunities. Then policies for sustainable agriculture is funding for sustainable practice, then regulatory frameworks and the research and development. These three the government will take care. Then come the most important aspect, natural farming success stories with three aspects. One is increased yield, the second one is soil regeneration and environmental recovery. So these three aspects we have to consider. I will show some of the case studies. So where a successful adoption of natural farming in coconut in Davangere district. Okay, that's an interesting story that we need to come across. So there is a farmer. He is called as Mr. Raghava. I think some of you have seen in the newspapers or like that. So he had his farm called as Aikantika. His farm name is called as Aikantika. And he names his farms in different pattern. In home garden he called as Atma. He called that block, home garden block, as Atma. Then Druk, forest garden, is called as Druk. Then Chit, that is velvet winds garden. And then happiness garden, he called it as Ananda. And Akshaya Patra, that where he grows rice. Okay, and he has 21 acres of land. Okay, that's why I told you this is most important. He has 21 acres of land. 14 acres he has rice field extra. He is getting majority of income in rice, but he is doing natural farming of 10 acres in coconut. Okay, so this point you need to remember. Okay, then what are the crops he grows is coconut, rice, fruits, vegetables, tubers, species, etc., etc., etc. Okay, you want to see anything, you will see in Raghava's field. Okay, so this is his farm in 1999, Aikantika farm, how it looks. Okay, now I will show after adopting the natural farming what's happening. Now his farm looks like this. It's a best example. One need to visit once in a lifetime. You should visit this garden. Okay, so he has different fruit crops. I think 75 different fruit crops. That fruit crops he has not sown. He has not planted. They have grown naturally. Okay, and 30 different types of vegetables, 9 different types of tubers, 9 different types of spices, 14 different varieties of medicinal ornamental plants, and enormous collection of ornamental plants. Then different agroforest species, around more than 30 different species of agroforest species. Then the others 29 species he has. Then what are the techniques he adopted? No tillage, no weeding, no fertilizer, no pesticide. The only cultural operation he do is irrigation. That too flood irrigation. No sprinkler, no drip, nothing. Only flood irrigation once in a month. What he advises is, sir, if I do flood irrigation for once, the soil moisture conservation is very good. No evaporation, no evapotranspiration. I think it is able to maintain water requirement, water demand. Okay, the only operation he do is only irrigation system. Then look at this. This is the same Raghava's field. What he told, So this is a type of root system with tillage and without tillage. He claims that. He claims if you don't do cultivation, a root system is better. Even we have seen that. There is a fused development of fibrous root system, especially in coconut crop. Okay? So this is another one example.
Sir,
Yes.
root cutting is one of the practice for getting more flowers and fruits.
Yes.
In that sense, what will be
Yes, actually you are right. Root cutting and encouraging the new roots to grow, and if more the fibrous root system, more the feeder roots, more will be the uptake of nutrients like that. But what Raghava claims is, if you do more cultivation, so root system will be disturbed. There will be no uptake of nutrients. He claims that. He claims like that. Okay? But I will show you the result also. Result in the future, in the future slides. Sir, you are asking.
So in our area also,
Yes.
Nasikere, pharmaceutically, root cutting process,
Yes.
we get more yield.
Yes.
Coconut, especially coconut.
Yes.
They are claiming like that. Every 3 years ago,
Exactly what I am telling. See, I am just explaining the case study of Raghava. Yeah. What you are telling is the scientifically it is correct. Okay. But Raghava claims like this. I don't want to cut my roots. I am getting the yield. I am getting the average yield of 100 to 110 nuts. Only it's okay. Why I have to disturb my ecosystem? Like this he is climbing. Okay? I will come to your point later. Okay?
Sir, how
And
far is this field from here? Like far?
it's around 100 kilometers per day? Yeah. Around 80 kilometers. Okay? See, he climbs. You just see, these are all the images from the Raghava's farm. He claims that I will not do any tillage. Okay? So then, how tillage will happen naturally? He claims, sir, it is done by meso, macro and other fauna. You just see how the tillage will happen. Tillage will happen by these fellows. He claims that. ನೀವು ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನಾಟ್ ಗೋ ವಿತ್ ಬೇರ್ ಲೆಗ್ಸ್ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕಲ್ಲು ಮುಳ್ಳು ಅಷ್ಟು ಫ್ಲೋನ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ದಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸೊ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ರೂಟ್ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ಈ ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿ tillage is happening naturally okay and this is out of my box. I am telling natural farming practicing farmers also, they are also indifferent.
Their way of life is also different.
Yes, they think in a different directions.
Sir, you want to send his sons to schools also.
Yes,
I
I will tell you. So he adopts homeschool. I will show you. I will come to later. Okay. So this is how the naturally tillage will happen. That's why I told you, na. So this class is entirely different from your this curriculum and your syllabus. So this is an experience sharing. How a farmer claims natural farming is profitable. Okay. So if it is any good message or good few points, let us pick up those few points from the farmer's experience. Okay. Then you see this is how it will happen. Then irrigation practice only he will adopt just flood irrigation system. Then soil nutrient management he won't apply any fertilizers. So it will happen naturally. Then but he grows green manure crops. So these 3 green manure crops, whenever you go to his field, you will find Pureria phaseolites as a core crop. So as a core crop and as a green manure also he grows Pureria. Then Gliricidia. So in all along the borders he has Gliricidia and just cuts and he will spread in the field. And he has grown velvet beans, Mucuna. Mucuna is one crop he has enormous production of seeds and all those things. Mucuna pruriens. Okay?
Sir, first one green manure crop common name is sir. First one you
ಇದು ಪ್ಯುರೇರಿಯಾ ಫೇಸಿಯಲಾಯ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಪ್ಯುರೇರಿಯಾ ಅಂತಲೇ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಪ್ಯುರೇರಿಯಾ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ಯುರೇರಿಯಾ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಕವರ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್. ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ scientifically it is a cover crop, but it grows as a green manure crop there. Okay? Puraria phaseoloides. Mucuna. So mucuna is both. Yes, it's a legume. So I think in our Davangere, in our KVK, we are pioneers in supplying the seeds of mucuna. We do seed production, and we do seed production along with farmers' participation, and we supply, I think, every month. This year, more than 20 quintals, 20 quintals of seeds have been sold in our KVK only. So that's a one excellent green manure crop that can adapt to arecanut and coconut. So even it claims, I will show you. Then incorporation of green manure crops, I will show you the photos also. So look at this soil structure. Soil structure in Raghava form and soil structure in other form. It climbs. Okay? So my soil structure has been improved. Whatever the 4 basic things are there: texture, structure, microbial activity, and chemical parameters. So those 4, they are very good in Raghava's form. It climbs. Okay? Then, will it help in rainwater harvesting? This type of ecosystem?
Yes sir. Infiltration.
Yes, of course. He tells not even a single drop of water will come out of my farm because of this ecosystem. So whatever the rains he receives, so everything will be stored in or infiltrated in the soil itself. Not even a single drop of water, it will go somewhere. Then what are the plant protection practices that he follows? You don't spray anything, okay? You won't use any chemicals, fertilizers, everything. Then who will take care of this plant protection? They will take care of plant protection. Plant protection will be taken care of by these cats, frogs, reptiles, peacock, okay, spiders. So these photos we have taken in the Raghava farm itself. They are all present in their his friends. Okay. Yes. Plant protection will be taken care by these fellows. Then look at the velvet beans. This is velvet beans. Mucuna, what I told you, na? Mucuna, even it climbs, it won't disturb. Now we are encouraging our arecanut farmers to go for planting velvet beans in western side, especially last 4 rows of western side and also south side. Because of sun scorching, we are getting a lot of problems in arecanut. That's why we are encouraging farmers now to cultivate velvet beans.
Sir,
Yes,
go
JP.
Mucuna?
Bharat, it can be cultivated everywhere.
Sir, harvesting time ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರ್?
Yes, I will tell you. That's why you need to do crop planning, especially in case of arecanut. So what we are advising arecanut farmer is to go for velvet beans only in the month of October, November. So if you just sow once velvet beans, so it will be there for around 4 to 5 months. Okay? So by the time the final harvesting has just initiated, then we don't have any problems. But if you go and cultivate this velvet beans in the Kharif season, especially during harvesting period, we will face problems.
Sir, perennial ಅಲ್ವಾ?
Yes. No. It is of just 120 to 140 days it will end its life.
Best time of sowing, sir, in arecanut garden?
Arecanut garden is October, November. Yes, we do advise.
In the Malnad, harvesting starts later.
Yes. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅರೆಕನಟ್ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ varies from place to place. In Davangere it starts in the month of January and it will close by in the month of December end or January it will close. But if you come closer to Malnad, as you told, it will start in the month of August. First harvest starts in the month of August and it will extend it up to February. Okay, like that we have different harvesting seasons also. Okay, but what best we are advising in the natural farming system, especially in coconut arecanut, velvet beans, it will do so many activities. It acts as a mulch. Okay, and the presence of green, especially during the summer months, it will reduce the microclimatic temperature. The microclimate, it looks 2 to 3 degrees less than the what we have in the outside. That is most important. For arecanut, how it is important? It will reduce the nut drop. It will reduce the nut dropping. Okay. So like that, we are encouraging the farmers to adopt this system, green manuring system, especially during arecanut. This is a Bureria. Madam? Yes, it is in coconut. And this is in Raghav's field only. Okay. This is in coconut. Then weed management. So what we will do, if we want to go somewhere to some field or to some tree, want to split with some tree, you will just cut down and you make a way and he will go. Okay, so this is how he goes weeding. Then he has a different type of planting system also. Inverted, that is what he tells me is saucer, inverted saucer like pits he will do, and he will fill all the organic materials in the same pit and he will plant in any new plants. Suppose if he wants to extend his farm, whether any food crops or plantation crops, he will do like this. Okay. Then after stopping cultivation, fertilizers, pesticides, no pesticides, weeding, shall he get anything crop? Anything, any income he will get? Look at the inflorescence. Number of nuts per inflorescence. Number of inflorescence per palm. Okay. Even we are also thinking how it is possible. Yes, it is possible. It is depends on different parameters like depending on the cultivar, depending on the soil type, depending on the agroclimatic conditions. These are all the 3 signs we speak. But in Raghava's farm, everything comes naturally. Okay, so he is getting benefits. Look at this. Look at the heap. Coconuts. Every year he is getting around minimum 150 to 200 nuts per palm. That's an average.
He uses any Shivamogga, Bijamogga, anything?
Nothing.
Nothing.
He will not do work. He will just advise. If you people go, he will. I will show you. I will show the
Natural
slides.
farming is nothing but make it a forest.
Yes. Make it a forest and just enjoy. Just enjoy. Leave everything to nature. Nature will take care of everything.
It's a local variety.
Yes, it's a Arsicaratol only. It's a Arsicaratol. Okay. Then look at the biodiversity. I will tell you, natural farming andre biodiversity anta helidalva. So look at the biodiversity of banana in his farm. So he has not sown anything. They came up naturally. Somehow, I don't know, but we are getting some fruits. Whenever we go to his field, we can able to eat so many fruits. Okay, that came off naturally. With this chakrakiri, red banana, sakrabade. Yes? 21 acres. Okay. Then look at the biodiversity of citrus species. Yes. Different types of citrus species. Not sown. They came up naturally. Okay? Lemon, suwasinil lime, sweet lime, pomelos, everything he has. Look at this white, sir.
Some plants must be planted. Naturally, how it is seeds.
Yes, I have argued with Raghava. More than 40 to 45 species he has planted. His son has taken the initiative and he has planted. Okay, but these wild species he has not planted. So these species, wild fruits, especially plums, guava, then citrus. I think he is planted. Okay, then gooseberry, and he has one fruit called a star fruit. I think have you seen star fruit? Carambola. Huh? Yes, it's just like a huge tree where you can able to get so many fruits. Okay, so this is wild vegetables. Vegetables where he gets cherry tomato, bitter gourds, edible mushrooms. You can get it. Okay, like that. So this is a workshop he will conduct every month. Every month, so many visitors will be there. And there is an event he called as Kandamula Utsava. Skandamula Utsava. Every month he will do it. He do workshops, and the majority of people from different places, different countries, they will come. They do research. Majority of the researchers who are working in natural farming, they came to Raghava's field and they will do some research activities. Yes, as a sir told, so he won't send our children to school. He stopped. Why, Raghava, why you are not sending? Sir, my daughter wants to become a good chef. That's all. Her aim in life is good chef. She every day she cooks different items, everything. Why we need education for that? He claims that. And then his son he want to become a good horse rider. He has horse in his farm. Every day he goes. That's all. He won't go. Huh?
Basic education is needed.
No, a basic education needed. But Raghava claims why? For what purpose? But no schooling. But ಅವ್ರು ಕಳ್ಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. No schooling. ನಾನು ಬೇಡ Gurukula system. Okay? Like this. He is the person, Raghava. I know he looks different. Okay? He looks different. Like okay. So many visitors will come. They will visit this forum and everything. Okay. There is a Kandamula Utsava, the back to root system. So he advises. He advises. Majority of our district collectors, the superintendent of police, everyone, they want to visit this forum. They want to enjoy one-day trip, like that. Okay. So just like agri-ecotourism, he has developed this forum. Okay. But the most important point we need to consider is he is getting income. That's we need to appreciate. And we have to believe that practicing natural farming in plantation crops is possible. It is possible. I don't deny. If Dr. Virana comes, no, it is not at all possible. Dr. Tippeshwar comes, no. But I am telling it is possible.
Sir, did we get any information, something, knowledge from any source of knowledge?
Source of knowledge, he reads a lot of books and he is the most follower of this Fukuoka. That is Fukuoka follower. And son of Fukuoka books, One Star Revolution ideyalla. See, One Star Revolution tumba odbididare. And he goes everywhere. He goes to forest and he goes some Western Ghats.
But he is educated, he can read books.
Huh?
He is educated.
Yeah, he is educated. He is an MBA graduate.
See, he could read books at least.
He is an MBA graduate.
So he is explaining education to children, but he is
Yes.
he is not using his education.
See, I tell you, sir, this is entirely a different aspect. It is an entirely different aspect. But what the positive you need to take away the message. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಏನು ಇದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ತೆಗಿಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಇವನ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ 3 years ದಟ್ ಬಿ ಎನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಏನು ಜೀವಾಮೃತ, ಪಂಚಾಮೃತ, ನೀವು ಗೋನಂದನ ಜಲ, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಓಕೆ, ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್. ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪಾಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಈವನ್ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನೇಚರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಸಮ್ yield. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ yield, ನಾಟ್ ದಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ yield, economic benefits that he is getting. I will show the other
He is using
one.
plastic.
Huh?
Plastic is using for city.
For the comfort of city people. Okay. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಕೇಳಿ. So he has his own swimming pool made out of mud. Okay, not the swimming pool. And he has constructed his own house by using mud. He only constructed. ಆಯಿತಾ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ವಾ, ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್, ಅವ್ರ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗೇ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟು, ಆ ಥರ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟೇ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್. ನೀವು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಕೋಡ್ಸ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟೀಸ್, ಈ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಕೋಡ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್, ಹಂಗೆ ಫುಲ್ ಅವರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಏನು ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ, ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನು ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಬೈದರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೇನು ಇದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದಾನೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಖುಷಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. 3-4 ದೇಶದವರು ಬಂದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಸ್, ಒನ್ ಸರ್.
Yesterday, Dr. Ravi was presenting there. In natural farming, there is no much difference in soil texture and structure.
Yes.
But as per this,
he claims ಅದರ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಪಕ್ಕದ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ he tells there is no tillage and there is a improvement in the soil profile. He will tell soil profile improvement ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. So these are all the butterfly farm that we noticed in his farm. Okay, this is one example. Okay, so okay madam, just I will finish up in 5 minutes.
So sir, if there is another story to be revealed here, we can have a cup of coffee and then we can come back, or if it is
I will finish in another 5 minutes. Okay, just 5 minutes. Again, continuous ಇದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತ, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. See, this is another farm. Okay, this is called as Venkataramanjaneya Swami, and he is the first farmer who got the doctorate from International Institute. A farmer, I think ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅವರು, ಜರ್ಮನಿ, France ಅಲ್ಲಿ has got the honorary doctorate award for his natural farming and aspects. Okay, I will tell his story also. So this is his farm entrance. Okay, just see, just enjoy the photographs. Okay, this is his farm, but entry only, he has animal component. Okay, so he has 6 to 7 cows, buffaloes, everything. Then this is how the entrance of his farm, and this is a fellow, Dr. Venkataramanjaneya Swami. Okay, I will tell you his story. He is also having around 20 acres of land. Okay, I think 20 years back his father expired, and he has to take care of his farm. And he also look at so many aspects of natural farming and everything. This one, what he did is this Ramanjaneya's farm is entirely tree-based farming. I have told implementation of natural farming, agroforestry is one component. The agroforest component he is having, this Venkataramanjaneya Swami, that is tree-based farming. He had around just 1,000 teak plants. 1,000 teak plants of 20 years old, and each plant is worth of 1 lakh. Yes, each teak plant is worth of 1 lakh, and he has 1,000 teak plants. You just see, he has Kachandana, and he has another Hebeola. Mahogany, yes. Mahogany. He was fond of planting mahogany, and then that is 100% natural, but it is artificial. It is created one. Ramanjanaya has established natural farming by planting and by sowing. Okay, but Raghava, no, it's natural. Okay, I have two examples.
Very clean.
No. This is road. Road. Central road. I will just see. No. So he plants cocoa in between coconut plants, and he has arecanut, and he planted pepper also, and he has different types of fruit plants. So look at this. Everything will be disturbed. No disturbed. ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ಹಾಗೇನೆ, ಹೆಂಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ಹಾಗೇನೆ. Okay, right. Then this is a ecosystem he has developed. More than just 130 different types of fruits we have. Okay, different 130 different species we have. Okay, the star fruit, chakota, then water apple, rose apple, pomelos, grandis, citrus. Okay, everything he has. And this is how his farm looks. Whenever you go, the farm looks like this one. When at any part of 365 days you go, it will look like this one. Okay, then natural mulching by cocoa leaves and then teak leaves, everything. Okay, but we have one apprehension that if you plant teak along with coconut will not yield, right? Because of the antagonistic property that is present in the teak, it will not allow any other nutrients or anyone to grow around teak. Okay, but we have seen some plants, they have grown side by side. Coconut is giving extraordinary yield, and even teak is getting bigger size. Okay, its radius is also big. It's a wonder. Might be due to the soil factors also, or genetical influence. One is to need some research for that in Ramanjanaya's farm. Even we advise, don't plant any coconut or teak around arecanut. Last row you won't get any yield. We advise. But in Ramanjanaya farm, we have planted side by side coconut, arecanut, and then teak. All three are happy. All three are doing good. Yes, we need to accept some part. Okay. Teak, madam. Look at this. Natural composting. Natural composting in this form. If you just remove some branches or leaves, you will get natural composting. Okay. So this is a pepper along with cocoa. Look at the size of coconut. We will understand really. And I tell you, his farm is certified for getting coconut seed nuts for department nurseries. Yes, we are getting our seed nuts, and I am sending seed nuts to US Dharwad and UHS Balkot by his Ramanjanaya's farm, because low risk, low external inputs. The plants are adapted to diverse agroclimatic conditions. They are getting better yield. We have earmarked some of the few mother palms. So those plants are those seed nuts. The seedlings arise from those seed nuts. They can thrive everywhere. Okay. So each farm is certified. I only certified that farm. Yes, we are getting, and we are getting extraordinary seedlings. Okay. Then this is arecanut. We practice arecanut, natural farming in arecanut, and every year he is getting 9 quintals. 9 quintals of processed product. Fine. Okay. He has 2 small ponds. What he do is, during the rainy season, so he do rainwater harvesting, and whatever the rain water it will come from outside, it will be filled, and it will act as a recharge, borewell recharge. Whatever your principals yesterday sir has told, Everything is practiced here. Okay. Okay. So this is about Ramanjaneya's farm. Okay. Then study about a few successful natural farming farmers. I just want to just introduce them. So she is one Muppada madam.
In Ramanjaneya.
Yes. For disease and pest, he do some plant protection activities. Yes, he do some plant protection activities. Ramanjaneya, very less incidence of pest and diseases. Even I am astonished to say, side by side all the coconuts where we see mites, okay, and then where we see coconut black-headed caterpillar, then Rugose whitefly is now. These are all the three major culprits now. They are destroying coconut. But in Ramanjaneya farm, we don't find anything. No, no cholera. Zero. No cholera. Okay. So these are the few examples. I have collected this from the Compendium of Success Stories of Natural Farming, which was published by Niti Aayog in the year 2022. I just want to give exposure astane. So by doing natural farming and conventional farming, this is the success story which is recorded. Okay, this is one madam, and the second one is Solanki. He is also cultivates coconut, groundnut in natural farming, and he is successful. And if you want to contact, I have shared his contact details also. You can please have a chat with him. And this is Patila, and he grows pomegranate, mango, groundnut, papaya, and guava. By looking all this, what we believe is, yes, natural farming is possible in horticulture crops also. Okay, apart from paddy and all those things. Okay, and this is Gangavar, and he cultivates papaya in natural farming. Raghava's daughter. Raghava's daughter. So I hope the only conclusion of this class is, in plant crops, especially perennial crops, yes, we can practice natural farming, but not like Raghava. We can do it just like Ramanjaneya. Okay, it is possible. One thing, and it is a need of the hour to adapt few technologies of this natural farming farmers, what they have adopted. Few technologies. Take away some few positive points, and we can adopt in our field also. Okay, and those positive points might be mulching aspect, might be intercropping, might be recycling of waste, it might be water conservation practices, like that. But it is possible. I am telling you, in arecanut and coconut, yes, it is possible. Even in mango also. In mango and many other fruit crops, it is possible. Okay, so I just given some few examples about this natural farming. It is possible, the practical situation, everything. Okay, if you have any doubts, we can discuss over coffee and biscuit. Okay, and I thank the organizers for providing the opportunity to come over here and discuss this. I have not taught anything. It is a just discussion. Okay, and it's a very good discussion we had, and very happy to see my friends from family from KVK. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the patience.
So, I was not wrong, right? You saw his documentation.
Yes.
Huh? He spoke everything through pictures and his experience, right? He's a man of documentation. Okay. Sir, we are happy for your lecture here. And one thing, since many of you are here from KVK system, one should know impact studies are very important in KVK system. It's not only giving demonstrations or giving trainings, it is the impact that what happens for that particular technology says much. Okay. So after doing that, he has got so much of information with him about the entire district. Davangere district, he has everything in his tips. Okay. And he has presented a paper very recently in Spain by being a scientist in KVKs. It's not that a researcher with NAS rating of 10 and above will present papers. It's even KVK scientists can do that. because in university system, we know that how extension people are treated. It's not the TRE, it is ERT or RET or RTE, whatever it is. It's not always TRE, isn't it? So it's a sir's paper which could get accepted in Spain, and he was there for more than a week there, and he enjoyed Spain's stay, and it's a motivation for all of us. It is. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. It's a
Thank
nice
you,
time to
madam.
have you, sir.
But you should enjoy every day in KVK. Still now, 17 and a half years, I have not felt a single day, no, this is the last day for my KVK. Every day is a new day, and every day is a new problems, new solutions, and you should enjoy. Still I have another 18 years of service. I will serve in KVK.
Yeah, just a minute. Thank you. Since there was an interaction with our Vice Chancellor today in the morning, we could give our lectures time to sir, isn't it? So we have to finish 2 more topics before lunch commences, or we go for lunch. So just go for 5 minutes and have your tea and come back soon, so that a scientist from IHR is waiting for the class. Okay?
ಎರಡರ ಮೇಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ಲಿ. ಹೌದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಟೇಕ್ ಅವೇ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಸಾಧಿಸೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ.
Soil biota. Chetan Kumar. I have done my research there, sir. Under Kotu. Soil scientist. Soil scientist. Yes. New soil scientist. You are also soil scientist?
PRS from soil scientist.
Okay.
MSc PhD.
Sir, Shilpa Shri.
ಅದು ಇದು ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಗ್ರಫಿ
No, Shilpa. Shilpa, my name is Shilpa Shri. She is microbiology.
science.
ಟೀಚರ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್
ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಸರ್ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ
ಅವ್ರು ಭಾಳ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ನೋಡಿದಿರು
ಹಾಂ ಸಖತ್ತು ಇದಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ
ಯಾವ್ದು ಸರ್ ನೋಡಿದಿರಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಪೆಂಡ್ರೈವ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ಮರ್ತ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ವರ್ಡ್ಸು ರಮೇಶ್ ಅಂತಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಈಗ ಅವರು ಗ್ರೇಡ್
ರಮೇಶ್ ಹೇಳಿ
ಅವರು ನಾನು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್
ನಾನು ಬಂದಾಗ ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಸರ್ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಆಫ್ ಇದೆ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಇದೆ ಸುರೇಶನ್ ಇದೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿ ಕಾಫಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರ ತಗೊಳ್ಳ
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ತಗೋ
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಕಾಫಿ ಕೊಡು
ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್
Sir, many of the persons are telling they are not seeing it.
Is it? I think. Is it that?
I told him. Professor told him.
Punira Solamu na.
Spices.
Yes, let's begin our third lecture for today. Okay. We have Dr. Chetan Kumar ji from IHR, Bengaluru. To introduce him, truly is new to me because those whom I got introduced to you till now are all known to me. But sir, I am meeting him for the first time. He did his BSc Agri in GKVK in the year 2006 and MSc and PhD from IIR New Delhi. And he joined ARS in the year 2012 and he started his career at IFSR Modi. And then since 2020 he is working as scientist in IIHR. Till now with Basavangada sir's lecture you all went truly to the field and you are in that mood only. But now sir will say what happens there because of what, okay? So those so many things happen in the nature because of a small thing which we cannot see even, isn't it? So you'll be dealing with all microbes without whom we are not here, isn't it? Without microbes, even our, just imagine a day when garbage is not taken over by our municipal garbage collectors. We cannot be there at home if it is there for more than a week or so in our home, isn't it? So microbes play a major role there. So sir will be dealing with all those microbes and their importance in natural farming. Sir, we welcome you on behalf of all the participants and the university. We have a heterogeneous group of participants here, sir. And you know, since you are sitting there, now I think you can start your talk, sir. Thank you.
audible to you all now? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ? Many maybe from soil science background or maybe from microbiology background. For them it may be somewhat repetition may be there, somewhat overlapping may be there. Even whatever the topic I have to cover, our VC sir has covered within 2 minutes. The whole gist of it he has covered. I was sitting here and thinking I made so many slides, like 50, 60 slides, but sir has finished within 60 seconds. How can I explain anything to this? You are not students and all, you are very well connected with the research aspects, you are very well connected with the farmers also. So you have practical knowledge. So we are more oriented towards the fundamentals, means research, lab things we are doing. Only since last 4-5 years through some SCSP, TSP activities, we are directly connecting with the farmers. We are interacting with farmers and all. We are coming to know the first hand what they are facing and all. Other than that, our institute IHR, now earlier it was more focused towards the fundamentals, basic research. Now it is more focused on the farmers friendly research, means whatever we do in the lab, it should finally end up in the farmers field. If we are developing any technology, we are developing any formulation, whether it is a micronutrient formulation or nutrient microbial formulation, it has to end up in the farmers field. It has to show positive results, not in lab. Okay, not for writing paper. We have synthesized something, we have got 50% more yield. It is not like that. We have to be perfect, that farmers has to tell, farmers has to come searching for us. That is our motto and that is the way we are working. So in this aspect, natural farming, for natural farming, I was working in IIFSR Modipuram, that is in Meerut. That is a basic agronomy institute. It is a national center for organic farming, means it has 30 different regional centers and main center is Modipuram. From there they control the activities of organic farming research all over the country. That is why it's called Natural Center for Organic Farming. Similarly, one more program is happening in the same institute, Integrated Farming System Research. Our center is also leading AICRP and IFS, Integrated Farming System. So both the aspects we used to cover. Based on that mandate, government has also asked us to do research on natural farming. So since 2017, we are involved in natural farming research also. It is evolving, because we do in one method, we follow someone's method in natural farming. When we show the result, they tell that you are not following the appropriate natural farming package. You have to follow this. So it is evolving, and the natural farming project itself is evolving. Earlier it was in one mode, without intercropping, without mulching. We just checked the inputs, natural farming inputs, whatever the Jivamrita, Ghana Jivamrita, all those things. But now holistic approach we have come to, means with intercropping, with mulching and all, we are trying in the IFSR field and other 4 centers. What is our responsibility is to give the government the positive or negative result of the natural farming. So based on that only I have been told to come here, and based on my experience in natural farming and based on my working knowledge in microbiology, today's topic they have given is soil biota and their contribution to sustainable agriculture. So to begin with, soil biota is a biological engine of earth. Means we know everything in a system, whether it is a computer system or whether it is a car. Engine is the most important organ. So in soil or in any ecosystem, this microbial overall biota is called biological engine. So in the same concept, now soil health card scheme also has been introduced, and soil health cards are giving, because just like our health, what happens if we get sneezing, what happens if we get fever, we go to doctor, we get they tells for some tests and all, we get reports. Similarly, soil also has health card. If it is a because it is a living entity, that's why it is having health card. Otherwise, who will check for health? So, to briefly, if we tell, soil biota is not just microbes, entire things, including snakes, including rats, including earthworms, including centipedes, millipedes, everything it is called soil biota. But the main important, which one we will see in the next slide. So this is actually the, you people might have known, it may feel like a theory, but you just concentrate. This is if it is in a soil, if this is a complete soil, only 5% is organic matter. If we take this 5% into 100%, this is it is made up of 80% of humus and resistant matter, only 10 to 15% of roots and all those things. This 5% is the main thing that is providing nutrients to plants, crops, trees, everything. The same slide in a different view we are showing. Just see it. How much years? 500 to 1000 years. Similarly, 20 to 40 years, 1 to 5 years. There are different fractions. This is the thing that acts as an immediate food to the microbes. Whether it is a soil fungus or whether it is a bacteria or any other actinomycetes or any microbe. So they are not that is a proportion when we actually analyze in the lab. Otherwise, they are in constant motion. Means if fresh residue is added, it may become humus within 20-30 days, or it may end up as a resistant within 6 months. If we add more lignin materials, it will end up as a resistant material. If we add more carbohydrate rich material, it will end up as a other particulate organic matter that can be consumed by the microbes. So this is the thing you people generally go to the farmer's field and you explain the soil organic carbon. Morning sir was also telling you have to increase soil organic carbon and you have to capture it, and we call it as a carbon sequestration. But we cannot actually measure soil organic matter directly. That's why it is an indirect method. We measure in lab soil organic carbon, then we convert it into soil organic matter. This is the formula. But here what we see is based on that in soil, any soil health card, if you see, we see this SOC, otherwise OC percentage 0.5, 0.5 to 75, 0.75. If it is more than 0.75, it is considered as a healthy soil. But if you go to Kerala and all, it will be 1.75. If you go to UP, it will be 0.4, 0.3, 0.2. So different soils have different organic carbon concentration. But this is not the final thing. 0.75 is only for our reference. The good soils are above 1.5 organic SOC percentage. That SOC you have to convert it into SOM. How much percentage? Like in previous slide I said, organic carbon, organic matter may take up to 2 to 10%. Those soils which have more than 5% of this organic matter, they are considered as a good for sustainability. Means it can manage up to 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So what soil biota actually does? Soil biota, which includes minute microbes too, like I said, primary other mammals also. They play 4 important roles. One is fertility, which is very important for crop nutrition. Second is structure, soil structure. Sir was telling soil structure, how soil structure can be managed through earthworms or other organisms. Third one is drainage, and fourth one is aeration. So we will see one by one how they do. These are the, like I said, this is already I have compiled it and I have given it in the this manual also, these things, and slides are also here if anyone is interested. This we have divided all the microbes into 5 different, all the soil biotype to 5 different groups. One is protists, microfauna, mesoman, macro and megafauna. What they actually do is, one is fertility and soil structure. Fertility and soil structure, all these are drainage and aeration. This is the same thing, same slide, but who depends on what? Just see, this is the roots or organic fresh residue whichever we apply, that is consumed by bacteria, fungi and nematodes. And next level, there are different trophic levels. These are consumed by other organisms, and like that it will go. But the problem is the dependency of this final is completely dependent on the microbes. If you see it, fifth level is dependent on fourth is dependent on third, and if this vanishes, this entire thing goes. That's why soil organic carbon or soil organic matter is very important, because this organic matter itself is food for these three, which are food for all these. That's why organic matter. You see, morning sir was also telling, one teaspoon of soil is having 100 million and 1 million of bacteria. This is as much as 2 cows per acre. If you convert it into weight basis, nearly 2. 1 ton of bacteria may be active in each 1 acre. That is up to 10 centimeter to 15 centimeter layer. So, like I said, we cover only in these 5 groups. We will focus more on protists and megafauna, because they are directly involved in the plant nutrition. So how microbes involved? You just see 3 major groups are there. You all know bacteria, actinomycetes and fungi. So in that also, bulk soil, these are all the not connected with the root, but they are still taking part in some or the other activity in the soil. Means they may be nutrient transformation, or they may be producing hormones, or they may be producing other chelating agents like siderophores that may be ultimately helpful for the plant only. Other than that, rhizosphere means exactly millimeter, if we say milli to micrometer distance, whatever the soil adhered to the root, there the microbes thrive. They are called rhizospheric microbes. Other than that, some microbes even enter the plant root. They are called endophytic microbes. And organelle level also, this is not happening now. This happened millions of years ago. Means this mitochondria and chloroplast, whatever we see inside our animal cells, we see mitochondria, and inside plant cells we see chloroplast. Once upon a time, they were very different organisms. This chloroplast itself was a very different organism. Now also they exist. They are called prochlorons. They exist in freshwater aquatic this thing, and they exist in marine environment. These prochlorons are slowly engulfed by the other cells. Once they came to know that these prochlorons are synthesizing carbohydrates and it is beneficial, they started to keep it inside their cell only. That's how our higher organisms like plants and all evolved. Plants acquired chloroplast from as an individual organism. Now they are maintaining it inside their cell. That's why we still have their own nuclear material. In both mitochondria and chloroplast, they have their own nuclear material. So this is the increasing complexity or intimacy of plant-microbe relationship. So what it means in practical situation, what it means? So they all do so many things. What it means this mainly growth and development. In the farmer's point of view, they need yield. Then they help in nutrient acquisition. Then physiology, protection against pathogens. Then some abiotic stress like moisture stress or nutrient stress. All those things they help. So same thing. We give name. If they are helpful, we give name as a plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, PGPR. Okay. So first thing was, that was a complete what they do. How they do is organic matter decomposition. First they do is organic matter decomposition, humus formation, then nitrogen fixation, then nitrogen transformation, then mineral solubilization. Mineral solubilization means other elements like phosphorus, zinc, potassium, phosphorus mobilization, then siderophore production. This is helpful for micronutrient acquisition. So which are all the bacteria? You know, for organic matter, maybe bacteria or fungi, actinomycetes, they act on pectins, starting from pectin to lignin. All plant component that gets added to soil, it will be converted within 60 days. It will be converted to this. It will be decomposed within 60 days, and the lignin matter, this takes 6 months to 9 months, but it will convert it. They convert it as a humic acid, fulvic acid, and humin material.
For lignin, lignin pentopetrins ಕೂಡ ಬೈ ಕೆಲಸ
ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
Different. So, in terms of nutrition and fertility, what microbes do is recycle. Recycling of whatever the root material which we after harvest we leave there, or whatever the other organic matter we add. Then synthesize, like nitrogen. They synthesize nitrogen and they transform, means in one form to other form. In next slides I will show. So this is what they do: nitrogen fixation, P solubilization. Then they, by producing some plant growth promoting hormones like auxin gibberellins, they promote lateral root formation and their extension also. So see, this is the quantity of nitrogen fixation. N26 is per ton. Industrial fixation means what we produce through labor wash process. Urea is only about 50 million tons. Through combustion, some 20 million tons. Lightning also happens when it rains. Some 10 across the globe, I am telling you. 10 million tons of nitrogen fixed in through lightning also. But on the other, total is 80 million tons. We are producing urea and urea-based fertilizers only 50 million tons for whole world. But on the other hand, agricultural and biological nitrogen fixation itself is 90 million tons. Forest and non-agricultural land 50 million tons. Sea 35 million tons. Why I am telling this? You might have seen forest. No one goes there and put urea, MOP, DAP there. But still forest trees are big and they are thriving. Similarly, if you go to Amazonian forest or social forest, here only in our city social forest, we are anywhere. Only agriculture crops we are focusing, we are doing. What we are doing is, we are spoon feeding. We are making them, means very prone to nutrient stress. If we stop that, plant will evolve. Plant will make a microbial partner or other partner, and they start acquiring nutrients by their own. That's why they say once you start natural farming, it takes 5 to 6 years, because plants slowly they adapt. They move towards their recruiting a microbial partner. It itself takes millions of years, but in plant system and microbial system, it takes even 4 to 5 years, depending upon the need of both the partners. If partners are incompatible, then it may happen even earlier also. See, different types of nitrogen fixation, whether it is a legume or non-legume, everywhere it is helpful to the range of different kg of N per hectare per year. This is like I said, nutrient transformation. If ammonical form converted into nitrate and nitrite form, all this nutrient transformation also occur. This is mineral solubilization. This sir also has shown one slide on this. This is actually mycelial AMF mycelia. That is this is apatite, means your DAP and all you use, no, the grains. This apatite grains. This mycelial this thing is solubilizing these grains. So after that, nutrient mobilization part comes. Nutrient synthesis is one, nutrient mobilization, whatever already present in the soil, that has to be mobilized to the root, means it has to be taken up to the reach of the root. That is taken care by these one more group, that is called arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. If we see under microscope, it looks like this, and this is the method. It comes in contact with the root, it establishes, it enters the root, and it forms the arbuscules. These are the arbuscules if we see under the microscope. So how it helps actually? You see, in this side it is given. In soil there is phosphorus is there, nitrogen is there, and other even urea transporter is there. First fungus, it takes up all these nutrients inside its own biomass, mycelial biomass. After that, plant root. To the plant root it transfers phosphorus and nitrogen. In return it has to get something back from the plant. Otherwise, why it has to help plant? So in return, plant provides it with the glucose, fructose, like carbon material. So this pathway, through this pathway, AMF works. And if you uproot any plant anywhere, not just in agriculture field, even outside, if you uproot plant, whether it is maybe grass, whether it may be tree, whether it may be fruit tree, any tree, you will definitely get AMF. AMF is 95% present in all the trees, all the plants. Only some 4 to 5% trees or plants not form association with AMF. That is why its potential has been recognized and it has been promoted. Earlier we used to promote only NPK fertilizer. Now it is also being promoted for moisture and this is how it looks in the, if you see in practical condition, this brown color is root and whatever the white color you are seeing is this is mycelia. See what is the reach of the root and what is the reach of mycelia. If you do it in the 3D, plant root looks like this. Means mycelia will reach to the point where roots cannot reach. So there, whatever the nutrients or moisture is there, it acquires all those and it gives to the partnering plant. So this is actually scientific study based evidence. So those which have been inoculated with mycelia, they have better root establishment and good yield and better stress tolerance. So apart from that, we covered microorganisms. So let's come to macroorganisms like megafauna, earthworms. So this is how earthworms do their work. They take soil mineral particles or fresh leaf or whatever the organic matter we add, they pass it through their guts and they excrete it in a manner it will be highly nutritiously rich and microbially rich substrate that will be useful for the plants. So this is one simple estimation. It's based on number of earthworms in any ecosystem. It may not be true for all soils, all agro ecosystems, all tropical, subtropical, but this is just one common thing that for every 10 years it will completely pass it through their guts. So this soil structure and soil structure formation, I told nutrient decomposition, then aeration and drainage. This is how they microbes help in soil structure formation. This fungi, bacteria, they through mycelia, then roots, then earthworms, they all form different aggregates. These aggregates are very important in agricultural soils because if aggregates are not there, then soil will be very clayey and root penetration, it will hamper root penetration and it will disturb entire soil ecosystem. That's why in this natural farming, why they ask you to not to plow soil, not to till soil. Over the period of time, the mechanization we use that disturb soil structure. So once soil structure is disturbed, its nature will malleability, its nature will be disturbed and it will become more compact and crust formation and all those things happen. So apart from that, these microbes, the soil biota are also rich sources of soil enzymes. They are called dehydrogenase, phosphatase, urease, sulfatase, glucosidase. Most of the labs, they do analysis of these as an indirect estimation of microbes. Some labs may not have entire microbiology lab like laminar rate flow, this thing, that thing, everything. But they can even estimate the microbial activity through these enzymes, through use of chemicals and all. So this also gives how much of the nutrient released per milligram per ppm, which can be converted into per kg basis also. If this is the if dehydrogenase activity is this much is the CO2 generation, oxygen consumption. Similarly for phosphorus also. So overall soil biota not just takes care of plant nutrition, it also helps in other aspects of soil also, like water purification, soil contamination, climate regulation, then carbon sequestration. It is estimated that more than 70% of the carbon is sequestered in soil. Only 30% of soil is sequestered in sea. Earlier it was estimated that whatever the carbon is there, it is sequestered only in the aquatic environment, not in soil. But now scientific studies have proven that 70% of the carbon is sequestered in this terrestrial ecosystem, and agriculture ecosystem is also one of the main components. Even in that, horticulture, agroforestry ecosystems are main because in field crops and all, we cannot say it is a carbon sequester. Once we grow for 6 months, we remove, and roots also we uproot, and we cannot say even 1%, 0.2% increase in 0.1, 0.2% increase in organic carbon level, we cannot call it as a carbon sequestration. If we want to use scientific word like carbon sequestration, it has to be up to 10 to 15 years. It should be at least 0.4, 0.5%. Then only we can convert it into tons or some mega values. So these are the ecosystem services. Nowadays, because of carbon credits and all those things, even agriculture, how much of the greenhouse gas agriculture emits, how much of the carbon it sequesters, how much other things soil is taken care of, like carbon and nutrient cycling, organic, this supporting, like all those things, climate regulation, greenhouse gas emission, decontamination and remediation, like heavy metal remediation or pollutant remediation, all those things are taken care of, and these ecosystem services are being given indices, means some ratings are given. This soil is performing in this stage, it is helping, whether it is a nation or whether it is a region. So how they are interconnected with the food security pillars, or it may be sustainability development goals. 17 of the out of 17, at least 9 are directly or indirectly connected with the soil ecosystem services. So first part is soil biota, second part is sustainability. Why? What is actually sustainability is, we assess India produces now I think 240 to 280 million tons of food grains maybe, or 340 million tons of fruits and vegetables we have reached. So this over the year, if we see next decade, if it is same or if it is increasing, then yields are sustainable. Then what about sustainable soil health? Whether this organic carbon, whether it stays at 0.5, whether it goes to 0.25, or whether it goes to 0.75. That also has to be sustainable, because everything is not for us only. Our future generation is also there. For us also we have to leave something. Just running behind million tons is causing adverse effects on these natural resources also. So that's why we select some best indicators and we have evaluate them, so that whether it is really sustainable or not, like that we have to check. See, this is I think 7-8 years old data published by IIS Bhopal. In Karnataka, zinc 73% deficient. Mainly many states are zinc, boron deficient. So the practices we are following, we can tell that they are not sustainable. So how to be sustainable? Sir was also telling you maximize continuous living roots, live mulch, crop rotation. Crop rotation increases biodiversity. So if agrobiodiversity increases, why mites don't come from other field to one field? One person is having coconut, other person is also having coconut. Their field is attacked by mites and our field is not attacked by mites, because in our field we are not applying any pesticides or anything. Their natural enemies are present in our field. They are taking care, at least 40 to 50% of the population. And other factors is taking care of some 40 to 50% of the mite population. That's why our field is not attacked, even if we have adjacent field is attacked by mites. So this biodiversity, all those things increases by increasing crop rotation, and this changing always to different crop this thing. If we continuously grow monoculture, that affect the soil, then maximum same biodiversity through agroforestry, cover crops. For even natural farming, sir also said agroforestry and all these things, they are interconnected. So maximize soil cover through mulching, then minimize disturbance. In practical, how we can apply this? One is organic manure addition. Morning sir was also telling, we have stopped completely, we are dependent on urea, DAP, MOP. We have completely stopped this FIM application or cow dung application. Because why? Availability is less, cost is more. 3,500 rupees per 1 ton. So if we ask farmer to apply, he will not apply. Comparatively, urea, DAP are less price. So immediate results also they are getting. That's why they are more prone to apply fertilizers compared to FIM. But being in connection with the farmers, this is how we have to convince them. We have to, at least some farmers, even we get many farmers, they say that sir, after 10-15 years I am fed up with this, I don't want to apply any fertilizer, you just guide us what to do, which this thing. We tell them you apply every season, every 6 months, every 8 months you apply 20 tons FIM per hectare or 50 acre 8 ton per acre. That will take care, and slowly it will means improve your soil condition, and it will bring your soil to such stage that you will be somewhat relaxed. The second thing is apply only recommended dose of fertilizers. This is also one important thing. If what we are using is 8 bags of urea, 4 bags of DAP for 1 bag of potash. Recommended dose is 4:2:1. That is also less, 3.5 into 1.8 is to 1. But what we are using 8 to 10. Some people even add 10 bag urea because they want yield. Mainly this also has to be taken care. If it is not possible, at least compensate with the organic manure so that we can practice integrated nutrient management. Then micronutrients, like in previous slide I have shown that how micronutrients are getting depleted, that we can restore. So fourth is biofertilizer. See the benefit. If you apply farmer manure, it contains 0.5% nitrogen, 0.2, 0.5 kg. If you apply 10 tons, it will supply 50 kg, means 1 bag of urea, 1 bag of SSP, then 1 bag of MOP. Out of this, one more thing is 30% of this nitrogen, then phosphorus, 75% of potash is available for that immediate crop. Rest will be used by the subsequent crops. These are all given in the dry well. Apart from that, this FIM is also a good source of micronutrients, whether it may be zinc, iron, manganese. So it will take care of micronutrient deficiency also. Then how to manage soil microbial biota? These are the things that disturb soil microbial biota, like use of pesticides, use of fertilizers. Use of fertilizers is, like I was telling, AMF is universal. If you apply more phosphatic fertilizer, more nitrogen fertilizer, plants will detach with AMF association, it will use only chemical fertilizer. That is happening. Such kind of studies are reported. As soon as you stop applying P and N fertilizers, AMF association again it gets associated with the plant. Again that symbiosis thing begins. So use of fertilizer is also a disturbing thing for soil microbiome. Use of pesticides, some pesticides are harmful to many organisms because they are not target. Even if they are targeted molecules, they may affect other organisms also. So how you convince farmers is this: you are doing this already. Just you also know that how many farms are there, how they have been already covered under FCO. So how they help means reducing fertilizers, and how cost effective. That is also means you just need per hectare this much if you go for biofertilizer instead of chemical fertilization. This is need to always going fixed nutrient. Out of P and K, 70% get fixed and remain inside. This we call it as a nutrient use efficiency, or for any nutrient, whether it is N, P, K. For N, nutrient use efficiency is 30%. Means if you apply 10 kg of urea, crop takes up only 3 kg. Means 10 bag of urea, if you apply, plant uses only 3 bags of urea. 70% it volatilization losses will be there, leaching losses will be there. It won't be available even for the next crop. On the other hand, this phosphorus and potassium, if you apply phosphorus, 20% crop uses, 80% will be fixed in the soil. It's not like nitrogen. Rain comes and it leaches us. It stays there only. It stays there only. It stays there only. Next year also you will add 20% crop uses, 80% stays there. Next year also you will use. Like that in our IHR soils, if you will not believe, 800 kgs of phosphorus is there present. Many polyhouses
around 50 to 60 kgs.
How
it will be 800 kgs?
Which one?
Phosphorus.
They have applied for 30 to 40 years now. That's what. If you keep on adding, plant uses only 20%. Rest 70, 80% stays there. Even if 10% goes by leaching, 70% accumulation will be there. Over the period of years, it builds up. Because whatever the aluminium is there, iron is there, zinc is there, they all fix this phosphorus and it will be in the fixed form.
No, we have not seen any reports like
No, it's not in the available form. It is fixed in the soil itself.
So for that only they give biofertilizer, sir.
Only potash we are more than 500, 600 kgs.
Solubilizer and mobilizer both are available.
P is whatever the elements we measure, total also we measure, available also. Available is mimicking the plant root. Means it is just like how much is available for the plant root. Whether it's the micronutrient, we apply DTPA for extraction of micronutrients that mimics the plant roots. Available nitrogen, available phosphorus, available this extracted, they mimic the plant roots. It's not total. So we do total and also we do available also. So if we do total, it will be 800 to 900 kg. Even available also it crosses the excess, means whatever the requirement 18 to 36.
Still they are maintaining it separately. Still they are
Maintaining, we are more concentrating on this microbial enrichment. Wherever possible, we reduce phosphorus application. We go for only microbial based. So that's why reserve is increasing. That's why we have to use phosphorus solubilization bacteria, potassium mobilization, and zinc solubilizing bacteria. So our institute, you people might have heard this Arca microbial consortium. This is a sir was also telling you people go for consortium mode, because if we tell a farmer to apply one microbe for nitrogen, one microbe for phosphorus, one microbe for potash, he will be fed up because labor is also a problem. If you give it in the single formulation, and if you give it in even liquid and solid formulation, they can go through, apply through drip, or they can go through soil application, mixing with FIM.
Any antagonistic?
No, nothing, sir.
Huh?
No,
In this actually there is no antagonistic.
no.
So these
All
are
beneficial microorganisms, they are having the mutual benefit nature. ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. They will go independent. They will not have other beneficial microorganisms.
We have actually isolated this 3 strains. One is for nitrogen, one is for phosphorus, one is for potassium mobilization. Along with phosphorus, the second one also solubilizes zinc also. These 4 nutrients they are providing. They are 3 different strains, but they are compatible with each other. We see compatibility also. Before means.
So potassium also you are adding.
Can we use this?
For potassium proton average?
Pseudomonas is there.
So can we use this
confidential.
product in all?
So you have
no
some,
I think that is bacillus species, sir.
these things,
Bacillus
many studies have been conducted.
Pseudobacter is there.
I think if you give a data on that, scientists can have a
So one more thing I want to ask, like the nitrogen fixing, phosphorus and potash solubilizing bacteria now is available in the capsule form. Now ISR is recommending for pepper. So what is your opinion about that? Because our farmers, more they are using for pepper and it's giving a good result also. But it's a bit costly as compared to
Capsule ma'am, how they do?
They will directly supply them.
Mix
no,
with water.
it's dissolved in 100 liters of water and it is drenched. So, but it is giving a good
Encapsulation
result.
in our area also, madam, there is one company, Creagen, madam. Creagen Private Limited. They are also producing.
It's directly from ISR.
Here only they are producing. Here in Karnataka only.
They actually
There is one
ask-
Creagen company is there. They are producing, madam. Capsule based biofertilizer.
So
They
maybe
actually
it's the
asked
same
us
result.
also. No. They are different strains. They are isolated in different environment. We have isolated this in Ragi. Okay. They are isolated in different root zone. But they told us to you also bring it in a capsule form. We said means it's already directly liquid is available. You have to put capsule and you have ultimately have to dissolve and drench. This also directly can be drenched. 10 ml per liter. Directly you can drench.
So this is not crop specific, no?
This is not crop. They tested in vegetables and now it is used across the crop. Even pomegranate, fruit crops, many papaya, pomegranate, fruit crops also they are using. And other crops, even rice also. Means one of the scientists who has developed this is in rice research. They are testing even it is in rice.
Sir, whatever added in that, the details, sir.
Bacillus ಇದೆ, Acetobacter ಇದೆ, and Pseudomonas.
Sir, is it recommended to spray?
Sir, this can be done
Spray will not recommended.
No, how it work?
Only soil.
When we spray on
Only soil. If the aerial borne pathogens are or controlling of pathogen, you can go for spraying of Pseudomonas fluorescens. No. If you want to aerial spray means we are recommending only Pseudomonas fluorescens as a biocontrol agent in the most of the cropland, which controls the aerial
I
borne
have seen some
pathogens.
scientists are advising to spray this one.
But
Actually what happens?
spraying until it will go to the soil only.
Foliar
Foliar spray.
Foliar spray and soil goes away.
Area pathogens, you can manage some of the combination.
After just like farmers, we have not recommended it for a foliar building. We recommended only for
Soil application.
But once the liquid formulation we have developed, the foliar also farmers have, we also have applied. We notice size, means if we apply to tomato, size and appearance, quality, everything came. And similarly farmers also apply. After that we have analyzed what is the reason. Through GCMS and all, we have found that some growth promoting hormones, they means in foliar this thing they promote, means they secrete those hormones. It is not nutrient providing, but it is growth hormone. Means it is acting as a biostimulant. We are not categorizing it as a biostimulant. We are selling it as a biofertilizer only, but it is having additional activity of biostimulant. Now we are working on only fibrosphère microorganisms like methoxyl. They will for them we will name it as a biostimulant category. Means it will not provide NPK or any nutrient. It will only promote growth and some stress tolerance, like whether it may be atmospheric stress or biotic stress.
So what is the dose for both liquid and dose?
Ma'am, if you are going to spray 5 ml.
Spray is for drenching, no?
Drenching 10 ml.
10 ml
Per liter.
for any crops.
It is actually completely the usage method, everything will be given. It can be seed treatment also, it can be used. FIM, if you want to mix FIM through FIM, it can be used 5 kg per 1 ton. And for foliar application also it can be used. Drenching also it can be used.
Coco-pit enrichment.
Coco-pit enrichment also it can be used. 1 kg per 1 ton in terms of
1 kg for
1 ton.
1 ton.
Coco-pit enrichment.
Sir, is it recommended for all regions in Karnataka?
Sir, in Karnataka it is recommended and it is being used by all regions, not just Karnataka. Even we are sending through our AHP program, we are sending to other means other parts of the nation. There also they are.
But work performance will be different. Work performance will be different.
Performance will be different because in UP some April, May some 30-45 degree temperature will be there. So that's why if we climatic conditions somewhat matches, then
that's why we are saying that whatever the beneficial microorganisms is there, you have to isolate their own place. That other place will isolate.
See,
the one organism cannot be worked in all places.
this
It
actually
is not
we
at all
are
possible.
selling it 300 or 360 rupees per liter. In case of solid, some 250, 300 rupees per 2 kg tank. Because all farmers cannot continuously come and take it. They apply in natural farming or in organic farming, Shivamogga. So if you see the bacterial count, this is initial count, this is final count. See, almost this is also 10 power 6. In our biofertilizers, it will be 10 power 7, 10 power 8. If it is liquid, 10 power 8. If it is solid, 10 power 7. So similarly, this again 2013. Now Shivamogga is enriched with the microbes. So what is the recommendation for Shivamogga? You might have already for 2-3 days for natural farming. How much is how frequently?
10 to 15.
So if you enrich with this many microbes every 15 days, so whatever the population goes down, again you are enriching. So that's why soil health is means there will be changes in the soil health.
But there is no difference between the indigenous cow and the hybrid.
This is
There is no
indigenous
much
with
difference.
desi cow. This hybrid cow. This is just one report. Okay, that is also very old. Before this natural farming, this thing, it was before hype and all. They simply studied, but after that, so many studies might have come. I could not find because I was searching for something else. What we did is Shivamogga we analyzed for microbial population from initial to means up to some 20 days. From 8th day, means today if you prepare from 8th day to 13th day, microbial population will be high. So if you apply from 8th day to 13th day, then it will be very useful. It is not like you prepare today, tomorrow itself you have to apply.
But Shivamogga should be used within 7 days.
After 7 days.
After 7 days. It can't be stored now.
It can be stored, yes. It can be stored, but it will be microbial load will be
Reduction
less.
in the microbial. Beneficial microbial.
Microbial load will be less, but nutrients will be there, ma'am. Not nitrogen, like other nutrients will be there, like potassium, microbial. See, this how to manage soil, no, how to manage soil. We have covered most of the. Sir was telling green manuring also. Sir told all those graphs also. Here with picture he has shown all these things. So this is the approximate dry matter. It's 23 tons. he told one more thing, you don't add rice straw or sugarcane straw, everything, because they are having CN ratio of 200:1, 150:1. They compete with the crop plants for nitrogen, phosphorus, everything. So nutrient immobilization will occur. On the other hand, these crops, they are having some 30:1.
What about using of this organic matter, decomposers? Organic waste decomposer.
That also, next slide I will show that also. So apart from that, these are all the green manure crops. Apart from that, whatever the other these things we use, like cowpea, everything can be used for green manuring and nitrogen fixation. This is how it works. Means from one crop to subsequent crop also it will be. So green manuring is over. Green leaf manuring also practiced. Nowadays people are not practicing. Green leaf manuring is still practiced in Shivamogga. Shivamogga means Chikmagalur, everything. They go to forest and they collect leaf and they use it as a bedding material for cows and all those things. All those, everything they apply to the field. So that is one kind of green leaf manuring. Leaf also they are providing with. So this neem or mayflower we call it. They also have NPK in high content. They can be used for improving soil health. This, sorry, you are asking decomposer. We have developed decomposer also. This decomposer we have developed for decomposing the cocoa peat. This is not bacterial formulation. This is fungal strains, and this also works well for the decomposing of the farm residues. Means whatever the IHR we are having flower crops, vegetable crops, everything. Whatever the residue we generate, we use this Arca microbial decomposer for decomposing. This is 1 ton for 5 kg per 1 ton.
What it contains, sir? What is it? Which organism is it?
Which organism?
Can I get traces for you?
But IHR will not disclose that.
I disclose nothing disclosure. Pandra traces for you, tripodal media, tripodal margin, and cellulomonas. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ನಾ ಗೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಗೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಯುಲರ್
5 kg is too high, sir.
No, it depends. 3 to 5 kg.
How many days it will take, sir?
It takes some
decomposition
85 days. 80 to 85 days.
3 months.
Almost 3 months.
2 to 3 months.
If temperature is more, then it will 70, 75 days. But temperature is less because this decomposition process is temperature dependent also. In winter months, it will take 110 days also because the process itself, reaction itself, even the substrate is there, organism is there, condition is not favorable.
So better use. How to use this?
Adding up substrate, you have to make a small piece of it.
For open dusk and external we can use.
Now we are using for coconut, cocoa peat only.
So please tell how to use this. How to use?
How to use means just see. Normal means how we use is we spread some 2 to 3 or 4 inch of plant matter. After that we sprinkle this powder. This is in powder format. Okay. After that one more layer. There we use urea. Okay. Because we are fermenting cocoa peat. That is having high CN ratio. If you are using vegetable waste and all, you don't need to use urea. Okay. Directly you can use this only. Even if you want to use urea, some 1 kg urea you can sprinkle. After that one more layer. Again this one more layer. So like that. No, after that you don't need to apply any slurry or anything or air condition. You have to need not to seal. Just leave it. Moisture. You have to maintain moisture. Means sprinkle water after that. You sprinkle water. Let it be. After every 15 days, 20 days, you overturn it. So it will be ready. Like I said, by 85 to 90 days.
Sir, for sugarcane mass decomposition, so urea application is required.
Required. Some 3 to 5 kg. We generally recommend 3 kg. It is required because that CN ratio itself is more.
3 kg per ton of
Ton.
For the arekas, can you use for arekas?
Areka also you can use.
which is better, sir? NCOF decomposer and sir, NCOF.
NCOF is discontinued, ma'am.
Discontinued.
It is not available. That is the bacterial based. This is around 1 to 150
Still we are getting online.
Yeah.
Online systems.
Some GKVK, I think they are also, even PUSA decomposer is also available, but that we have to first order and pay money, then they will provide. So, this is also natural farming related. Just I have shown that if you cover soil, how the overall structure will be. If you don't cover, how it will become there. So, by soil biota sustainable agriculture, entire thing is connected. Whatever the soil is having nutrition, that only comes to plant, that only we eat, and our nutrition also depends on this only. You might have heard in COVID times they have recommended zinc COVID tablet, zinc and vitamin C tablet. Why we had to take zinc? Because research report says that 60 years before, whatever the vegetables and fruits you were eating, that is that much of zinc is not there in today's vegetables and today's, like someone was discussing hybrid. Nowadays nutrient density concept is also has come. Very few institutes are working on nutrient density. Nutrient density means for 10 gram of carbohydrate, 10 milligram of zinc should be there. But in our varieties, 10 gram of carbohydrate, 1 milligram of zinc is there. That we are eating, but our body requests 10 milligram. That is not sufficient. That's why when such things happen like COVID or anything, doctor recommends us zinc. Zinc, we consume 400 gram of fruits and vegetables daily. We use rice, wheat. It also has to supply zinc, no? But it is not supplying. Why? Means soil itself is depleted. Crop we are using, that is also second stage of depletion. In our body, while processing also loss will be there. Our body absorption also different. So overall,
that is fortified varieties.
Fortified varieties are only in cereals. That has not even entered.
Vegetables also
some
rich guard.
Rich guard is there. In vegetables, they are more pigment fortification they do. So this I want to do. So why natural farming is very much profound. It is you are here presently. If we continue like this, means application of chemical synthesis, we may end up like this. If we take good steps, we can revert back to our natural. This is what sir with slides also he has shown. If you live from 99 to 2015-16, how the coconut farm has been transformed. If you go for natural and this thing, it will bounce back. Naturally, biodiversity will bounce back. So, take home matter is, I said more about soil microbes and all, but this is the food for soil microbes. If it is there, then only soil microbes will thrive, and the other plants or anything that lives in soil thrives. So this is the main. If you want to educate farmer, ask them to increase their soil organic matter. So this whatever I said AMC or this thing, that is they are called point intervention, means you have to apply every season, every year. Means cost of production will be more. After one season you have to apply, because microbial population will change, succession will happen, some other microbes will come. So other than that, system oriented approach is very beneficial. How to manipulate only particular parts, such strategies are only effective at local scales, but overall system based interventions means provision of energy containing substrate. Like I said, organic matter will improve in overall. If you have any doubts for using AMC or this thing, it is very nicely given in our website how to use and what is the cost, how to get. So liquid they don't transport, solid anywhere in India they transport.
I think because slides are very beautiful and informative. Scientist has taken more time. And how many of you want all the PPTs for your?
Everyone.
So I think everyone is presented well, and that is the answer we can take. We'll make arrangement for that. Definitely, the presentation is very nice and it is very useful. And my observation is, IHR so many research have conducted. You would have put some research activities, whatever it is, bioreagents or whatever it is. Same thing being I'm a poultry man. You were telling about phosphorus. This thing. So we are using phytase enzyme in poultry feed. It is very important in concern with the environment, and also I think veterinarians are very well known. And also absorption of phosphorus and also absorption of calcium, amino acid and energy digestion and absorption is very important. What we used to, when I was working in Mysore in biotech company, our proprietor used to go to Kerala where all Western Ghats, he used to bring some leaves and something else. He will prepare for them from that. We used to sell at 500 to 600 rupees. I am talking about 2002, 2004. Poultry enzymes we used to sell. So that is the one concept behind your phosphorus and all those things. And also we have to think phosphorus phytate toxicity in the environment. So then in developed countries, that is also one of the important things in the environment.
So same thing in Arakanata. We are facing pretty mundige because of micronutrient deficiency and soil erosion problem. Micronutrient deficiency, especially zinc, sir. Zinc is an
Sir said actually I should have put some more.
Yeah, that's my observation. It's not comment. Our scientist will be get.
Why sir said is AMC is actually generating nearly 1 crore turnover for our institute. At least 6 to 8 incubators will be present in our institute every time. That technology is not this thing that costs 5 lakh rupees. That is for just technology. After that, they have to go back and they have to establish microbiology lab. That is not a lab scale, pilot scale. They have to produce in a tons and they have to market it, everything. But that product is very promising, this AMC and all. So that those studies I should have included, but most of
we are mass producing AMC now KK.
Okay.
So I think that is also helpful. Even by seeing all these things, every university is expecting generation of income. You can use this technology. Hope everybody discussed in between and after in lunch hours also will be available. Now we are going to half an hour. 30 minutes. Eco-friendly approach. Half an hour. So he is Dr. Srinivas. He is a plant pathologist in the US, Bangalore. He is now serving as a farm superintendent. He is also now today I think you can observe all we selected dwarf people. Okay. They are all in. They are brilliant. Okay, I think they are all exposed to practical and theory and everything, and they are very confident in even though either scientific way or in extension way. That's my observation. So today he will talk on eco-friendly approaches to control your diseases in all types of plantation or your crops. I welcome Dr. Srinivas. He is my good friend and also good scientist and eco-friendly scientist for farmers. So that's the thing. I welcome you, sir. And just you brief about 30 minutes and discussion for 10 minutes. We'll go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok sir. Actually, as fixed that time, 30 minutes. Because before lunch and after lunch, it is very difficult to say. I supposed to tell good morning, but now it is my time to tell good afternoon. So, good afternoon, friends. So, now I am going to speak some of the practical aspects which related to plant disease management. So, under eco-friendly approaches for plant disease management. So, last 3 days, you have studied from high external input agriculture to low external input sustainable agriculture, what the LISA will tell, or we have moved, Indian agriculture has moved from green revolution to gene revolution. So now the agriculture is transforming from organic revolution to natural farming. Again, the concepts are different, but my plant pathogens are still, they are same, either from the olden days or still they are the same. The method of management has changed from time to time, and again their behavior, the pathogen behavior will also change from time to time. So So to manage this plant disease, actually as a farmer or as an entrepreneur, we look the left side of the plant. That means all a good healthy plant which is having all that is basic functions of the photosynthesis or respiration to give a good yield. But the pathogen which interfere in all these aspects and giving rise to the symptomatic observation. Till today, so the most of the plant diseases are identified, that is diagnosed based on the symptom. That means our aim is to know the symptom and then we have to go for. Most of our observation our farmers will bring, whatever the observation that we bring are post-mortem reports. So that means after death of the plant, after there they will come and to assess. So because of that, what are all the culprits? Because it is unknown whether the plant will feel pain or discomfort. We doesn't know whether the plant will pain or discomfort, but still otherwise plant do not speak because we will not communicate. We will speak. If it comes some diseases or a problem, we will speak to doctor, but the plant do not speak. We have understood that the plant will feel pain or discomfort only. So if it is a healthy plant, if it carry out all its physiological function to the best of its genetic potential, then we tell it as a healthy plant. So to become a healthy plant, our plant pathogens, these are the culprits. So far last 1 hour we have observed some of the beneficial microbes. Now the harmful microbes, how to utilize the beneficial microbes to manage these harmful microbes, because the most of the 70% of the plant diseases are caused by fungi. The remaining are from bacteria, virus, nematode and phytoplasmas or phenerotomic parasite. Again, the use of natural farming or the principles of eco-friendly management depends on how they will behave with the plant. The plant-host interaction is most important. One is eukaryote, the other is prokaryotic organism, the other one is an entity, that is nucleoproteinaceous molecule virus, the other one is the animal. So how they will behave with the plant, some of them they will be isolated or sometimes they will also cause complex diseases. So to manage these plant pathogens, we have adopted various methodologies to manage. So starting from the chemical farming to because of the adverse effect of chemical farming. Now our aim is to manage the triple R. The triple R management is the most important. That is triple R in what all triple R? Triple R in plant protection. Not that movie. Pesticide resistance, pesticide residue and resurgence of the pest. That means the residue management in pesticide usage because of the adverse effect, all ill effect or because of our misuse or abuse. So because of that we have to manage the residue which is present in the soil or any other form it is present, or resurgence, because the smaller, that is minor pest becoming major pest, the minor diseases are becoming major diseases. The other one is resurgence. Residue management is again problem. That is because to manage this triple R management, we have understood that is because the basic functions of disease cycle, where the environment is the most important and the time in which it is very easy to manage a disease, but it is very difficult to bring out a disease symptom in a healthy plant. As far as my observation, it is very easy to manage a disease, but it is very difficult to produce a diseased plant. So in order to manage this, some of the integrated management practices we have made. The advantages of this integrated management, I will not go for elaborating the advantages. Only one thing we want is any management practices for an agriculturist, it should be an economically feasible, practically applicable and socially acceptable. That is the most important concept, socially acceptable as well as environmentally conservable or environmentally friendly. Then only that technology will sustain in our land. So any technology which is released by either our National Agriculture Research System or university will sustain. Why the AMC, whatever the Arca Microbial Consortia is selling in a hot cake? Because of its quality and its the product works in a better way. So that's why it is selling. Or some of the varieties, older varieties which are released by our university, disease resistant variety, why they are performing? Because of their survivability. So these are the, so majorly we look for, these are the principles, basic principles: avoidance, exclusion, eradication, protection. up to resistance, we can go for managing with your natural farming, but the therapy. After the disease occurrence, any of you, because you are all working with KVK system. So using organic products or the natural farming, can you manage any pest or disease? After that we can avoid. Curing, so that means we have to increase the soil health management. That's why we call it as plant health management. So these are the advantages, that is integrated disease management advantages. We have sustainable agriculture because of the shortage of time I will not go in detail. So one thing is, the thing is public health safety is the most important. The judicious use of the pesticide, thereby there should not be effects on either the workers or the farmers or the environment itself. That's why in order to manage that, we have to go for these aspects. So you know that these are the only forms of organic source. One is either you have to get from the plant, whatever the plant, that is green manures or cover crops, whatever the crops. The other source is animal, including man. That is animal source of organic matter. The third one now most widely used is the microbial. The first two are, you cannot artificially synthesize. So far, no technology has developed to synthesize any plant products or the animal products artificially. So you have to cultivate the crops, or you have to, animals should be reared. So the other one is microbial based biofertilizer or biopesticide, which are widely used because they can be artificially synthesized in the laboratory. That is why this is the advantage of the beneficial microbes for the management of either the pests or diseases, because they can be cultivated or cultured under laboratory conditions. Whatever the organisms that last speaker has told, all these organisms can be utilized for the management of plant diseases by integrating with one or other crops management strategies. That is either the cultural practices or the mechanical methods of management, or including the integrated disease management practices. These are the old practices. They have their own advantages and disadvantages in managing the plant disease. The summer plowing, because of the, it will eradicate the source present, either your nematode eggs, micro, that is fungal, flora, chlorophyll and other organisms. The other technologies are intercropping. The cropping system and cropping system management. Now, because of the use of the mechanization, introduction of mechanization in agriculture has made a drastic reduction in this cropping system and cropping. That too, in some of the dryland areas where the earlier intercrops and other crops are grown, because of the mechanization, these crops have gone, but they have their own advantages. So earlier we used to go for trap crops, mohaka ಬೆಳೆಗಳು ಅಂತೀವಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. Now we are going for mohaka ಬಲೆಗಳು ಅಂತೀವಿ, because to cultivate a crop it takes time. To use any trap, it is because it can be artificially synthesized. Now we are going for artificial synthesis. That is why instead of going for a trap crop, we are going for sticky traps, yellow sticky traps, or other pheromone traps like technologies we are using. So this is one in this area, that is local covering the crop. That is a mechanical method of protecting the Areca cholera disease to manage that. They have their own advantage. Again, disadvantage is also there, because if it is broken, it also induces the more diseases. So in management of virus diseases, this is the most important. Earlier we used to go for that is raising the nursery beds, but now it is that is protected cultivation. This is going for, that is avoidance of the disease, and also the plant postponement of the disease occurrence. So especially for the virus disease management, going for cultivating the crop under a rain-fed, that is under polyhouse or shade net. So if you protect the seedlings for 25 days, either chili or solanaceous crops or any crops which are protected from either thrips or whiteflies which transmit the virus diseases, if you transplant for the main field to the same seedlings, in the main plant we know that we cannot cover entire with this, because at that time the plants, that is seedlings, have developed adult plant resistance. So that, for example, tomato, if you protect for 20-25 days in the nursery without infection by either aphids or whiteflies which transmit some of the diseases like the tomato leaf curl virus or the tomato spotted wilt virus, if you transplant after 25 days, which are protected the earlier days, then if you transplant that, by that time the tomato plants will get adult plant resistance, so that the disease escape mechanism will works. So that those are the concepts we have to use for management of the eco-friendly approaches. These are the earlier nursery beds which we are using. Some of the disease-resistant varieties are also the most important factors for management of diseases under natural farming. So you know that Arka Rakshak and Arka Arben, the triple disease resistance, which are thanks to AHR, which they have released the triple disease resistance earlier. That is the major disease, that is tomato leaf curl virus, bacterial wilt, early blight of tomato caused tomato. So later they have added one more disease resistance mechanism, that is light blight, to release Arka Abed, which is the most resistant to 4 disease resistant varieties. So wherever possible, we have to go for using disease resistant varieties so that we can avoid the pesticide, so that we can avoid other management practices. That is a plant disease resistance mechanism we have to adopt to manage this. So other varieties like Arka Arjuna, which is resistant to mungbean yellow mosaic virus in French bean. Again Arka Anamica in yellow vine mosaic in Bendi. So even some of the varieties which are field crops. So our university has released red gram BRG5 for this southern South Karnataka area, BRG5, which is resistant to wilt, the fusarium wilt resistant variety. So those variety wherever available, there is disease resistant varieties which can be used for management of the diseases. So like that LBG 791, which is resistant to yellow mosaic virus in case of black ram, which is released from our university. Wherever possible, we can use this resistant variety. So again, the Panchagavya is also used for management of plant diseases. Basically, which can be used for both aerial diseases as well as the soil-borne diseases for management. So these are the advantages, benefits, and other, including use for agriculture, animal husbandry, as well as for medicinal purpose, and also can be used for health purpose of a human being. So usually this is a part. General 50%, 40% and other aspects. Now the biocontrol agents. These are the present day scenario. So we are again utilizing, those are the beneficial microbes which are used for plant disease management, including fungi, bacteria, the nematodes, except for the viruses, because these cannot be managed by using these organisms. Most of the time this biocontrol agent can be used for management of soil-borne diseases only. So aerial diseases, it is very difficult because they have to survive in the soil. Whenever you add a biocontrol agent to the soil, they have to get food. The food is either your FIM or compost, whatever the biomass that we add, either the micro, that is soil fauna or flora, which is added to the soil, which as additional, they will survive. So one of the most successful biocontrol, that is this is the mechanism, how they will work, the mechanism of the biocontrol agent. A healthy plant, if it is a pathogen is affected, the same plant, if you inoculate with any biocontrol agent, how it will include, including the systemic acquired resistance or the using hyperparasitism or antibiotic secretion or lactic. These are the mechanism which works out. But what the farmers want, they want ultimate result of the managing this. That's why the trichoderma is a good model. Why trichoderma has survived? Why other organisms, other beneficial microflora have not survived? Why the trichoderma is the only one fungal biocontrol agent, which is most of 70% of the biopesticide means the trichoderma. Why? Because it is a ubiquitous in nature. It will available everywhere. So the second one is it is easy to isolate and culture. The third one is grows rapidly in with many substrates. Either it can be cultivated, enriched with FIM or compost or neem cake or your vermicompost or any other waste that are available. So that's why it has survived, and it affects wide range of plant pathogens. The bacteria, it will reduce bacterial population, it will reduce fungal population, it will also reduce the nematodes. So that's why it is widely used. Again, the other one is Pseudomonas fluorescens. The Pseudomonas solanacearum is a plant pathogen, which is a deadly pathogen in solanaceous crop, which causes bacterial wilt of the solanaceous crops, including tomato, brinjal, potato. But the same Pseudomonas fluorescens, because of the presence of the fluorescence, in the organism which is effective, and again it is called the PGPR, plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, and also it is a plant disease management mechanism. It is having both protective, curative as well as systemic acquired resistance mechanism which will produce. So how to use this organism? If you use for the broadcasting into the soil, if you have a available forum up to 12.5 25 kg, so directly we can apply either trichoderma or with hectare wise if you want to apply for the hectare wise. If you want to go for seed treatment, depending on the seed, the size of the seed, 4 to 10 kg, 10 gram per kg of seed you can use for seed treatment. So spray the liquid formulation. That is the most important factor, that is colony forming units. The quality of trichoderma is most important. The minimum requirement of quality of trichoderma for a good trichoderma is 2 into 10 to the power of 6 CFUs per gram of soil. If you take 1 gram of trichoderma culture, it should have 2 into 10 to the power of 6 CFUs, so that it is a best. So to enrich, to add value to this trichoderma, we can enrich at the rate of 1 ton per 1 ton of compost or FOM, 1 kg of trichoderma, so that its lifespan can be increased. So, and if you want to mix with neem cake, it is usually recommended at the rate of 100 kg, 1 kg of trichoderma can be applied, so that, so this is mainly used in case of the arecanut, coconut and other plantation crops wherever possible. This will add, because usually when you mix, we usually tell 21 days. After 21 days you have to apply. Why on 21 days? Because it has to complete 3 cycles. The fungi will multiply every 7 days or 6 to 7 days, so that if it completes 3 cycles, the colony forming units, the available infective propagules will be more, so that it will have good effect, so that you can use. The other one is mycorrhizal fungi. As earlier speaker has told, the arbuscular mycorrhiza, that is Glomus fasciculatum and Glomus mos. They are the endomycorrhiza, which is widely used in management of nematode. Nowadays they are also commercially available. VAM, vesicular arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, they are the root innovative. They will definitely colonize with the root system, so that they will affect the nematode. They will also supply the nutrient like phosphorus and other micronutrient. They will also protect from the nematode, because the nematodes are the predisposing factors for the complex diseases like the fungi and bacteria. Especially in some of the disease complexes like the tomato wilt complex, the nematode, root knot nematode is the major culprit which punctures the root, so that the bacteria, which are the passive entry pathogens, the fungi and bacteria are the passive entry pathogen. The nematode is active entry pathogen, so that it will if you protect the nematode by using the mycorrhizal fungi, so we can protect the fungi and other complexes either in tomato leaf, tomato disease complex, wilt complex, or rhizome rot wilt complex, or pepper wilt complex, where the root knot nematode is the major culprit for this. These are the organisms. So the other bacterial antagonists which are used for management of nematode is Pasteurella penetrans, which is a bacteria which is also isolated, which is an endosymbiotic bacteria which is used for management of nematode, and including the Bacillus bt, the Pseudomonas and other organisms. And IHR also developed the Paecilomyces lelacinus. The Paecilomyces lelacinus is a fungi which is the products are developed to manage the nematodes. So the other including Verticillium lecani, now it is called Popomia chlamydosporiae, so that is also used for management of root knot nematode. Now the nematode problems are increasing more. With the increase in cultivation of the crop in the protected cultivation, the fungal, bacterial, the virus, more than that, the nematode problems are increasing. So far there were no nematicide which are released in the country. Now at least they have released 2 nematicide as a nematicide. Earlier the carbofuran and the forate which are released as insecticide and are used for management of nematode. Now there are 2 products have come out as a nematicide. Any idea? Bayer has released as a Vellum Prime, Flupyram, which is very costly, of course costly, because they have to use in protected cultivation. The protected cultivation.
Banana crop,
Yes, we can use for any management of root knot nematode in any crops, but costly wise it is very costly. So again one is Nimis, which is Adama, which is released. So that is a 2 product. why so far the multinational companies have not released nematicide, now it has released because of their advantages and also the marketing. Their strategy, so many fungicides have come and gone, but only survival was the Bodo mixture. 1882 it was invented, but still today there is no resistance for the Bodo mixture. Why? This is a tank mix. The product is that is used. That's why this organism, that is a Bodo mixture. That is one. The copper sulfate, lime. This is called holy water of plant pathology. We call as holy water of plant pathology. When it was invented in 1882, in Karnataka it is used in 1906. Colmar for first management of cholera. First it was used in coffee, later it was used in arecanut. So till today the Bodo mix, but because of the concentration of the copper sulfate and the lime which is used, its concentration will vary and also the preparation methodology will vary. But still till today the copper sulfate, the Bodo mix, which is one of the practices that are used in your organic farming system or eco-friendly management practices. We can use wherever it is both used as a spray and also as a paste, Bodo paste. The major, some of the best examples where we can use the organic method or eco-friendly management for major diseases. I have covered 1 or 3 or 4 crops where we can manage some of the diseases. The coconut, again a major plantation crop. These are the major diseases: bud rot, basal stem rot, including the root wilt, light blight, stem bleeding. And so for this, the management strategy is eco-friendly or the natural management strategies. One is you have to, the source of infection you have to remove, the crown cleaning, field hygiene, the practice of one you have to predisposing factor, the rhinoceros beetle we have to manage, that is the Bodo mixture 1% application, and Trichoderma coir pig cakes, which is developed by CPCRI, which is can be used for long-term management of the diseases in coconut, because they will serve as a source for the food. The coconut coir pith enriched trichoderma, so that will serve as a source for pith, even for the management of bud rot, and also sometime we can paste for the stem bleeding infected portion, so that we can use for the management of this disease. Why trichoderma is always green in color? Most of the plant pathogens are either the colony character is white or brownish. The trichoderma colony is always green. That's why it is resistant to most of your fungicides. The color component of the trichoderma, the mycelia. So that's why it is resistant to most of your fungicides or other pesticides. That's why that is one of the advantages in addition to the advantages that I was told. So during rainy season, you can also use for this. After monsoon, you can repeat this, and also in case of coconut, since I am from Tumkur district, water nutrition. If you have a good source of water and a if you manage good integrated nutrient management, there is no problem in coconut. But except those are the problems. When I was in Shivamogga district, I used to tell farmers how to remove water from the field. But I am now telling how to add water. That is the difference. So that is because the season and the region will vary the disease of the area. So again the basal stem rot. So most the farmers are using their own ITKs to manage by using the soil lime fitting and also growing cactus near the fruit. These are the practices which are there in the farmer's field. Now they have also the technological application of 5 kg neem cake per palm, trichoderma at the rate of 250 gram with 10 kgs of FOM, and also root feeding hexaconazole. It is a optional is there. So in the even cow urine at the rate of 10 liter and twice application of lime, or you can also cow dung slurry. So that is and also application of trichoderma can be used for management of the ganoderma wilt in case of the coconut. So again in banana, these are again the major culprit in banana are 3 problems. One is Panama wilt, rhizome wilt, the root knot nematode. These are the soil borne and also they will damage, including the other aerial borne diseases. So this can be managed. This is a symptom of Panama wilt. So one is avoiding some of the varieties which are very susceptible to that, and also the pairing and pollination is the most olden technology, but still it works because we have to remove the source of infection, either the nematode or the fungi which are harboring for the nematode from one plant or one field to other. You have to go for pairing and pollination of the suckers. Application of trichoderma enriched neem cake, so that we can manage both the nematode problem as well as the fungal problem. And also some of the tomato, chili and other crops which enhance the manage, that is diseases like bunchy top, you have to avoid intercropping with those, and application of Pseudomonas fluorescens at the rate of 2.5 kg per hectare. Or if you are to apply for the individual plant, you have to go for 10 gram per plant. So the pomegranate, again a major disease. Here the ceratocystis wilt root knot nematode complex is a major culprit, in addition to bacterial blight. So bacterial blight is aerial borne disease. So some of the recommendations that for management, these are the applications. We have to apply per plant at the rate of FOM, vermicompost, neem cake. The list is big, but still they have to use, because it is a commercial crop and a cash crop. So individual fruit is most important for that. So that's why the IHR, which is developed Archomicrobial Compartia, is again very much useful for management. Ramesh is here. He is selling worth of 1 crore AMC and other product in our area and throughout the state or even across the state. So those products, which because if you apply all these nutrition or the biocontrol agents, we can manage. So some of the management wilt complex, the institutes, the NRC Solapur, which has developed a technology. If you application of Aspergillus niger at the rate of 5 gram per plant plus Pseudomonas fluorescens at the rate of 20 gram per plant, enriched with drench with VAM, that is vesicular or vesicular will protect the nematode, so that the verticillium ceratocystis fimbriata can be managed by utilizing the technology. The same IHR has also developed one more actinobacterial consortia. The actinobacterial consortia is also developed with as Actino Plus, the product, which is used at the rate of 50 gram per plant. So if you either we can apply for the soil, sometimes you can also spray with the liquid formulation available. And even the IFCO has also developed some liquid biofertilizer complex, which is used for management. They have their own advantages for management of their diseases. The papaya, the ring spot, the major ring spot. The one of the story with this is papaya ring spot. Most of the papaya, if you go into the market, they are all infected with ring spot. Those papayas which are not infected, which are available in the market, the people are telling they are genetically modified. The GM papaya has introduced into the nation. I don't know whether any observations are there or not. Most of the papayas which are not have, because it is very difficult to manage papaya ring spot virus using different management practices. One thing that technology developed which is eco-friendly is raising the papaya seedling insect proof, that is protecting that is adult resistant to risk. This is raising sorghum or maize, that to the multicut sorghum, that is the COFS multicut sorghum. If you grow 4 lines of multicut sorghum across, that is a barrier crop which acts as a barrier which avoids the vectors, so that we can avoid the papaya ring spot. So one more product which is released as a seaweed extract. It is called Agrofold. So that is a seaweed extract which is used at the rate of 1.5 ml per liter, which can avoid or postpone the disease of papaya ring spot virus. Even your fresh milk, 1 liter of fresh milk, if you add into 9 liter of water, if you spray, that will also protect and postpone the papaya ring spot virus. These are some of the eco-friendly disease management strategies. Again, the pepper wilt, the complex, the Rhodophilus similis, the burrowing nematode of banana, including root knot nematode, and Phytophthora, the pathogen which causes wilt complex in papaya. So one of the product that is developed by the AMC, which is widely used in Coorg areas by our KVK Goni couple, has demonstrated and proved that the AMC can be used for management of this That is again including the other IDM practices. That is 1% Bodo mixture before the onset of monsoon as a precautionary measure. Later on application of 5 kg FIM, 5 kg neem cake, trichoderma and VAM. Again VAM to protect the nematode, and the drenching pepper vines with AMC at the rate of 20 gram per liter of water. If you drench 3 times in a year, has resulted in protecting both the yield is also increased and also reduction in the pepper wilt complex disease. There is some of the observations that the AHR people in Bonikappal area they have identified. These are some of the again rhizome rot complex in ginger. That is a major problem in this area. That again Malnad area, Kerala or other major. Now it is also introduced to Maidan area. Again the same problem because the root rhizome is a source for the infection. To manage this, again the Pseudomonas fluorescens trichoderma at the rate of 10 gram seed, that is seed treatment, that is rhizome dip method. So if you dip rhizome and if you use like liquid formulation you can dip, or if you treat with solid formulation, that is at the rate of 10 gram per kg followed by the same application at 60 days interval, we can protect. Again depends on the weather. So most of the time in and around Shivamogga and other area, the ginger is in the place where the rice is grown. So the soil drainage is a major problem for the management of this disease. And once the disease is spotted in the field, remove the affected clumps and also the Bodo mixture, which is also used for the management of this. These are some of the practical wherever we can use the eco-friendly plant disease management. There are many issues. One starting from your soil solarization, seed treatment. The seed treatment is the cheapest method of plant disease management, but still the farmers are not following. Cheapest method of plant disease management is seed treatment. If you use just 20 grams per that is 25 kgs of rice, you can manage the rice blast. But farmers, most of the time farmers will only use after infection. That is seed treatment. The soil solarization techniques are there. The nutrition, again nutrient management, like the potash is most important for management of plant disease management. That is the most which gives resistance. The cell wall rigidity will increase. So if you use potash in a recommended dose, so to avoid excess use of nitrogenous fertilizer. We are not using nitrogen, we are abusing. So the nitrogenous fertilizer. So that's why the other management practices like cropping system management, intercrops, the cover crops, which are also enhances the soil microbial biota, both flora as well as fauna. We want both. So nowadays in the field, if you go any farmers, they will use 5 products. One is insecticide, fungicide, micronutrient mixture, so-called the hormones, which are anti-promoters. Why? Because they don't know what is the problem. And even the store people or your input dealers also don't know what is the problem. So that's why the resistance or resurgence or the other triple or what I have said, you have increased. So wherever possible, we have to go for utilizing all these methodologies for plant disease management so that we can protect our environment and soil. Protect the soil, can have a good food. Now we are all talking about small millets or minor millets. Why we are not talking on small millets or minor millet? Because still there is no intervention of the fertilizers or application of the other external inputs. So we are only using organic products. But if you come to for the large scale production, again we are also recommending for other inputs. That's why wherever possible we have to use the available, the locally available, especially the locally available low external input sustainable agriculture, which is most widely that is given by the AME Foundation. You may be knowing AME Foundation, Agriculture Man Ecology. That is a foundation which is running very good sustainable agricultural practices is being promoted by now the chairman is our ex-IAS officer Chiranjeevi Singh. So they are promoting low external input sustainable agriculture practices, that too in dryland agriculture system. Wherever possible, we have to use these low external input sustainable agriculture practices, and possibly we have to use the benefits of the microbial or beneficial microbes for management of the harmful plant pests. So if you have any, because I think no question, because you are all hurry in food. If you have any questions, yes.
Can you mix Pseudomonas and Trichoderma with the neem?
Yes, yes, definitely. Compatibility is there.
With neem.
So friends, any doubts? No doubts. After hearing 4 sessions, you got to have it. Okay. So friends, after seeing his PPT and also hearing his lecture, you may all wonder how vast experience and knowledge he is having in plant pathology. So I know him personally before 10 years. I didn't see after him. Around 2008-10, he is working in a KVK. I was working as a RA. Yeah. I was working as a RA there in Areka.
1 decade back I was here.
Yeah.
Shivamogga.
After a decade,
Yeah, after a decade but I came for Shivamogga, but officially I came after 1 decade.
So he was a very famous scientist for pathology at that time only. So I have remembered him. I asked Prashant. So he is Srinivas, no? White and short fellow. Like that, I asked him by seeing the lecture schedule. Okay, so he has covered starting from seed treatment and also cover crops, various aspects. Okay, eco-friendly approaches of plant disease management approaches. So I profusely thank on behalf of our university and participants and also organizers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. Special thanks to Dr. Ashok. So he's a good friend of mine, and also all KK and Madam is also there. So usually earlier I was a pathologist. Now I am a farmer.
FS.
Yes, farm superintendent means farmer.
Initially he was here only, but after bifurcation of the university has gone to USB.
Thank you.
So one announcement. Vinay has,
our participants.
but one of the participants, Vinay has lost his ID card and bag. If anybody has found, please return to him. Vinay, who is Vinay? So first day he has kept here only, it seems.
Our black training bag only. Someone has by mistakenly taken it as
black color.
Training bag. Training.
Please.
Inside there was a college ID card, office ID card. So lunch has been arranged at the same place, guest house.
Yes, Vinay,
You are there.
Agricultural Sciences Raichur. Sir completed his undergraduation from Agriculture College Raichur, post-graduation and PhD from UAS Dharwad. For his MSc, he worked on NPB against the Helicoverpa armigera, and PhD he worked on Shivamogga. Sir is having a lot of experience, particularly with respect to the IPM, Integrated Pest Management. In PhD, he worked on IPM of this chili murza, a very complex disease in chili. And I know the sir from 2007. I worked as a research associate at Raichur, and I know the sir's expertise in IPM and also the organic farming. So he is having very close association with the farming community. Whenever the farmer gets problem related to the pest management, many farmers they used to call him, and I visited several times, even Saturday and Sunday, to collect the Helicoverpa armigera, whether it is feeding on BT cotton or not, by taking the BT Express kit. So that was one of the projects. We used to have a CD100 Hero Honda bike. Even Saturday and Sunday I visited with this sir. So that are all still remaining in my heart. So really I spent 2 years and I gained much knowledge from him. And very humble and kind person. And two very important things I need to mention here. He got award, but he got many awards. One very important award, that is Best Research Scientist Award in 2017 from University of Agricultural Sciences, Raichur. And also serving as a special officer seats. So getting revenue around 6 to 8 crores per year from the seeds, and also from the biocontrol agents like trichoderma, metrrhizium, pacillomyces. From that he is getting 1 crore worth. So really it is a very great the revenue to the universities. So on behalf of the Shivamogga University of Agricultural and Horticultural Sciences Shivamogga and the participants, I wholeheartedly welcome to this with the session, sir. Thank you. So thank you, over to you, sir.
I request participants to come forward wherever the vacant seats are there. Please. So first row is completely, and I feel
The people will move forward.
please. Young minds should come forward. No? Young minds. Back 3 rows, please. Because good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Deshmukh, thank you for elaborating my biodata. And I was little shaky when you were briefing about my biodata, because I know at the outset I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the University of Agriculture, KSNUAHS Agriculture University, and the organizers for giving me the platform. And after 2 years, I think I was little away from the subject of entomology, and I'm feeling very curious to go through some of the slides pertaining to my entomology. And it gives me immense pleasure to be in this platform, especially the elite participants are here. And I will try my level best to focus on how best we can promote the environment or the ecology as such, how we can protect the ecology. And today there are so many online meetings are going on with pertaining to natural farming. And since a decade or so, we are talking more on organic farming and organic agriculture, conservation agriculture, so on and so forth. But the topic which I will be going to deliberate on is the innovation and pest management techniques under non-chemical farming. It's very complex topics, and it has lot of complexities in terms of how to start. Non-chemical, the term itself is very tough in Indian scenario is concerned. But I will try my level best to convince you that even with the help of non-chemical approaches also we can produce some of the food grains or some of the food grains, the commercial crops, we can do it. But I will just try to introduce the topic with some of the facts. The first and foremost, we should be very proud. I am very proud that I am an Indian, and India stands the 12th mega diversity. And this group itself is so diversified. So from young to mid-age we have, and I think it has many disciplines may be there. And agronomy is there, microbiology is there, soil science. So many disciplines are there, and we all are put together in one room or one forum where we will be going to discuss about the topics. Why? Because I always believe that wherever we have the diversity, there is a lot of challenges and lot of opportunities. If there is no diversity, probably we would have not been in this particular campus. So because of the diversity, and as I already told you take a 1 gram of soil, you will find enormous diversity there. You get nematodes, you get bacteria, you get so many things will be there. So because of that particular reason, we have the lot of diversity, and wherever the diversity is there, there is a challenges will also be more and opportunity will also be more. So this is the one fact which I wanted to draw your attention with respect to diversity is concerned. And from plant to even the animal kingdom, we have the diversity. Because since I am an entomologist, I always have the affinity to explain about the insects. Many times, we in a very crude manner, we always tell that we need to control insects. I always believe that it is not possible. Control is not possible with respect to insects are concerned, because you just see this diagram, the butterfly, the moth itself will tells you. It outnumbers in terms of diversity, it outnumbers in terms of density, and it outnumbers in terms of population. So therefore, we just see where we mammals are somewhere here. Whatever we are here, the mammals, the representation with the diversity or whatever it is very limited. But in case of insects, we find lot of diversity because they have got lot of modifications. I will try to touch upon that later on. And even it outnumbers with respect to plant kingdom, the other arthropods, birds, avians, amphibians, species, reptiles, and even mammals also. So in one nutshell, I would like to say that the insects are abundant in the universe. Right? Insects are very abundant in the universe, and it is very impossible. It is not possible to contain them. And even if you go to the phylogeny of these insects, right? They have been. It is said that they have evolved. Insects are evolved. Then later on, plant kingdom, animal kingdom, like that. So even with respect to evolutions, also insects are there in the universe, and because whoever comes first, they will have lot of opportunities. They will take out all the beneficial things, or whatever the benefits are there, that will be harnessed by the first invaders. So like that, insects are the first evolved organisms in this universe, and you can find anywhere. You go to Antarctica or you go to solar eclipse, also you find one or the other form of insects. Or you go to in Antarctica where the temperature is -20, -100, even there also one or the other form of arthropods will be there. Among those arthropods, you will find at least one of the insects will be there. Because in case of insects, we have more than 31 orders are there. Which for undergraduate programs, we taught them there are 31 orders. So like that, you find everywhere. Even on your eyelid also you will find one or the other insects. Or mites will be there. Scabs, Yes, that is all because of insects only. One or the other form, insect or maybe the mites. So like that, what I mean to say here is that you will find everywhere on the universe, you will find one or the other form of insects which are there in even under climatic change conditions also you will find the presence of insects. So I have given some of the examples like on mountain also, on sea, on evergreen forest, or you can go to sand dunes like in Rajasthan also. You might have seen some of the cartoons will be there on especially on these mites, the spiders, right? So there you will find even in under sand dune conditions also, you are sure to get one or the other form of insects. So why insects are so abundant? I will just within 5 minutes I will try to complete this with respect to insects. Why insects are abundant? You see there are many modifications, diverse first and foremost is the adaptability, right? Given any situations, given any conditions, they have the ability to adapt to that particular conditions or the climatic conditions, right? So because of the wider adaptability, the insects are more abundant, and apart from that, they are blessed with they have got we are having very soft skin, and we always bother for skin also. We use so many things we use, but in case of insects, they are having a very very strong hard exoskeleton, right? The exoskeleton is very very important, and this is where they have the additional quality or the additional parameter or the character which always helps them to be abundant in this universe. So they are, you can just see the eagles, they are having very hard and skeletonized exoskeleton, and apart from that, they have the ability to fly anywhere because they are having 2 pair of wings, right? So probably evening, maybe around 5:36 onwards, you find so many activity of mosquitoes, right? So anywhere you can find these mosquitoes or the house flies because they have the ability to fly anywhere. And apart from that, they are having 3 pair of legs. I don't want to talk about those things, but I would like to draw your attention that in case of human beings or in case of animals, we have a nervous system, a single nervous system, one brain, something like that. But if you take insects, you find multiple of sensory organs are there. On hairs also, on legs also, you have the tarsal leg structures through which they perceive what is happening in the environment, right? And they have additional sensory structures like antennae, through which also they will perceive what is happening in and around their surroundings. So because of this, and apart from that, they have the very well developed nervous system through which they can sense what is happening in the universe or what is happening in their environment and all. So because of that, these are the 2 characters especially that makes them to be very very abundant in this universe. Not only that, even the reproduction, right? So reproduction wise, they are numerous. I'll just quote the example of termites. Probably you all are aware of termites. Soil scientist, agronomist, everybody knows of these termites. Or otherwise, nowadays the major urban pest management depends on these termites, right? We get many advertisements on termites, anti-termites, okay? So these termites, the termite queen work is only to lay the eggs. It doesn't do anything, right? More than 1,000 eggs it lays. I'm telling you the average numbers, right? It may exceed even 2,000 or so. Per day it lays around 1,000 to 2,000 eggs, and its lifespan is around 10 years. Imagine the numbers. So it will be like in billions together. So that much capacity they have. And I will also quote one of the example where especially this university has worked on fall armor. Dr. Deshmukh, Karleshwar Swami, and so Vijay Lakshmi Madam, many have worked on fall armor, and lot of that particular pest has been recognized, identified by this particular university, where fall armyworm, which is a major pest in case of maize ecosystem, right? So it has migrated from United States of America to Sri Lanka, like that it has got its migratory pattern. So there also, in the fall armyworm itself, it lays around 1000 eggs in its life cycle. Life cycle is the adult life cycle is only for 10 days, right? So in case of insects, we have 4 stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adults. Okay. So like that, the reproduction is very high. So because of the high reproductive rate, and that is also one more added character or the quality which the insects are more abundant in this universe. And coming to another important character, with respect to mouth parts, you find a lot of variation with respect to mouth parts also. Because of the diversity in mouth parts, you have the chewing and biting type of insects also. We have sucking and rasping type of insects. So many mouth parts are there, class or paragraphs, so many activities, so many modifications are there. So even if you take one insect, you find more than 12 to 15 characters which are different. You cannot compare the housefly with the housefly with that of mosquitoes, mosquitoes with that of other insects. So therefore, within the insects, within the order of phylum Arthropoda or the order Hexapoda, you find lot of diversity. Because of this presence of the diversity, probably we find these insects are highly abundant in this universe, and therefore it is very, very highly Herculean task to control them. But nowadays we are talking about the sustainable agriculture. In case of sustainable agriculture, we are aiming to live with the insects so that the population should not cause any economic damage. So that's how the concept of integrated pest management starts. And these are some of the why insects are abundant. I just wanted to try and not only that, when we talk about insects, everyone, including me also, we always feel that they are not the friends, they are the foes. Like that we talk. We always have that intention. We always talk of that kind of nature. But in true sense, insects are the one which are helping or which are conjuring the nature, or conjuring the ecosystem. So I give one or two examples. So it is said that for Wright brothers, the dragonfly has given their inspiration to have the helicopters, whatever the mode of air transport which we are talking, which we are enjoying. It is inspired by these dragonflies. And we always tell that in the social life, how should be in the society, how we should be there. So that is good. For that we have a good example is honeybees, and then especially from whatever if you want silk sarees, right, you should have silkworm. Without silkworm you cannot have the silk sarees. So synthetic sarees, it's very tough. So therefore silk sarees ಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ರೇಷ್ಮೆ ಹುಳನೇ ಬೇಕು, right? So this is there, and whatever the cosmetics, everything, it is all from insects only. We never appreciate. If you go to the Bhagavad Gita or the Ramayana, Mahabharata, in that also you find their mention of these insects, right? Pandavas, they took shelter in that Arjuna. So it is only constructed by these insects only, taken out from the insects. So like that, so every epics or everything starts with insects. So therefore, I just want to depict with this only one slide that insects are highly beneficial and we need to conserve that. It is not that we should control them. We need to conserve them. And the only thing is we have to understand the biology of that particular insect. Which insect is harmful to us, which insects are beneficial to us. So looking into that only we have to conserve the insects, and we always divide the insects into two categories. One is beneficial and another one is harmful. With authentication I will tell you that the harmful insects are very limited. Beneficial insects are more. You just take the example of honeybees. Their number will be there are outnumbers, right? And probably you may be aware of Ramdev Baba. He is earning like anything from the honeybees only. So like that, there are many positive, many beneficial insects are more than that of the harmful insects. I'll just quote one example. In case of paddy ecosystem, we tell there are so many insect pests are there. Hardly 4 or 5 insects are there. You take any crop, maximum which are pestiferous are 4 to 5. Rest of them are beneficial only, but we never appreciate it. Okay. So with this, I would like to say that the insects are more beneficial. We need to conserve, we need to love the insects also, so that until and unless we understand about the biology or about that particular insects, it is very difficult to control. So this is what I wanted to draw your attention, that is all insects are not pests. We always feel that insects all are pests. It is not like that. All insects are beneficial, only few are harmful. To contain harmful insects, we are contaminating the entire environment. So entire environment is under threat nowadays, and we the intellectuals, we all are highly educated, and we have the responsibility to communicate the farmers, because many of the farmers come to the Krishi Vignana Kendras, research stations, and the agricultural scientists about their problems. So there is our responsibility is make sure that which are the insects which are beneficial, which are the insects which are harmful. Can we increase the beneficial insect populations? Okay, can we increase the population of the beneficial? Can we conserve those insects? So those are things that we need to communicate to the farmers, and so therefore there are many beneficial insects are, only harmful insects are very limited harmful insects are. And just I would like to tell you that the pest is anything which is causes economic damage. Until and unless it doesn't cause economic damage, we should say that they are insects. Once it causes economic level damage, then only we should say that it is a pest, and it should cause economic damage. Not the many times farmer comes with one stray insect and they will tell what to spray. It should not. At that time we should have the ability to explain them that don't worry if it causes any economic damage. Say for example in case of rice ecosystems, we talk about the stem borers. The stem borer damage is 10%. It doesn't have much economic damage. If it exceeds more than 10% only, then we have to think for alternative pest management practices. So therefore, the pest is something like which causes economic damage, and so I already told you that control is not at all possible, but we can manage the pests. We can manage the insect pests, and the integrated pest management composes of so many parameters. It starts from soil health, soil preparation, tillage to till the harvest or post-harvest technology. These are the integrated pest management practices. So one is starting from ecology, then pest surveillance, monitoring, detail. I will try to explain you all that in due course of time. And so 99% of agriculture, especially in India, is concerned, we are dependent on chemical control. So in case of integrated pest management, as I already told you, starting from cultural control to till the legal control, we have the options, but the farmers are rely only upon the chemical control. And the major advantages is that they are cost effectiveness, readily available. Wherever you go, you find the chemical control. Say for example, if you want imidacloprid, you will get it immediately. But if you want any biocontrol agents or any other organisms, the other alternative methods, we don't have that things. So therefore, they are readily available, and farmers we are in the era of ready reconner, right? So therefore, farmers always is dependent on the chemical control and the quality, all those things are there. But we have a lot of disadvantages with respect to chemical control. See, a biocontrol specialist always will have the hope for chemical control, right? So he always talk about negativity of the chemical control, but still there are many disadvantages are there. The major disadvantage is that they are causing lot of environmental contaminations. Your water is contaminated, your soil is contaminated, your crop is contaminated, everything is contaminated, and probably we are eating so many chemicals, unknowingly or unknowingly we are eating so many chemicals in day-to-day activities. And they will, so it is insects, it will never differentiate insecticides it is, okay. Chemical control means insecticides or pesticides or herbicides, acaricides, like that. Whatever it is, if it is killing insects, we call it as insecticides. If it is killing weeds, we call it as weedicides or herbicides. So like that, so these insecticides or the chemical control, it will wipe out all the natural enemies. All the beneficial enemies or the beneficial creatures which are there in that particular environment, they will be wiped out because of this chemical control. Because it is very difficult to ascertain whether it is killing the target pest or the non-target organisms also. So lot of non-target organisms effects are more with respect to chemical control, and therefore nowadays, especially 20 to 25 years now, we are slightly last decade we are now just elevating towards the sustainable agriculture, where we have integrated farming systems, integrated pest management. All those concepts are evolving, and we are trying our level best to convince the farmers not to rely only on chemical pesticides, but he can think of other alternatives also. So therefore, alternative pest management practices which we are trying out, and so this is what I was explaining. When we spray a particular chemical, right? When we spray a particular chemical, we are going to eradicate the natural enemies as well as the target pest also. So that makes very very tough to sustain in the system, in the agricultural system. Therefore, we have to be very very careful when we use the chemical pesticides. And for the first time, she is the one. She got the Nobel Prize for her work, her novel. She is not a scientist, nor an entomologist, nor an naturalist. She was writing a novel, and she got the first award, the Nobel Prize, because of the Silent Spring. That is a very simple novel is there. Anybody, it is available in Google. The book is available in Google. You can read it out. Very very simple, because of the application of heavy usage of DDT that has completely collapsed the river belt, right? So therefore, she got the Nobel Prize, and probably you all are aware that the DDT, the chemical property, was identified during Second World War. The chemical was used to protect the what we call the soldiers, right? But somehow it was after 1942 onwards, the chemical property, insecticide property was identified, and even till today we use the DDTs. Maybe in municipality, all they use these DDT products. These are organochlorines. They are having all insecticides are carcinogenic in nature. They have the ability to cause the cancer. Okay. So these are some of the stories, and probably many are from Kerala. And in Kerala they have separate ministries there to take care of the rehabilitation of the endosulfan victims. Separate ministry. Nambalang Agriculture Ministry, like that, they have separate ministry to rehabilitation of these endosulfan victims. So I don't want to magnify its glory, but I would like to say that we have to be very very cautious when we use the chemical insecticides, right? So still, not only Kerala, the adjoining districts of our Karnataka are also sufferer or the victims of this particular chemical. And during those days only they used the planes for application of pesticides, right? So that is called as a biomagnification. Once they sprayed this particular chemical, it was indented into the water bodies. From water bodies, the life cycle, our life cycle is water bodies, then fish to us, then so like that it goes on magnifying, and it has created a lot of impact on the human health. So whenever I saw this particular slide, I always feel that what a mistake or what a blunder mistake we did during those days. But it is a time for us to whatever the deeds we have done, that can be rectified by promoting the environment. So this is one of the ill effects of pesticide. And then this tragedy you may be aware of, and very recently this person has been 1984, the Bhopal gas tragedy. Still you have the reminiscence of this particular tragedy. If you move to Bhopal in and around, you have this problem, and lot of these are the very very what you call the classical examples to say that chemical pesticide has really caused so much damage to the human health. Forget about the pest or forget about the crop, but if you just take the human health per se, it has caused so much damage, and it is a lesson for us to overcome these problems. And I'm sure this is also one of the story from Patinda. Maybe Amir Khan show that was Satyameva Jayate, where he has mentioned about this also. And in case of Patinda, lot of cotton being grown, and the major chemical which they use is the monocultures, which has led to the so many trains. And there is one train that runs from Patinda to Bikaner, where Jaipur and Bikaner is. So from there, a special train runs. It has only the patients of cancers, right? So Bikaner, it has got a best hospital for cancer. From Batinda they move, and now it has been reduced, but still these are some of the milestones or the stories to wake up ourselves with respect to the impact of chemical pesticide which has caused to. And now this is what ages of days we had this process. This is not a new to us, especially those who know Namajja Muttajjaಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. We used to have whenever there is a problem of rats, we used to this is how the things were there. So biological control that starts from our home only, right? The charity begins at home, like that. In the similar fashion, the biological control, which I am trying to talk about the biological control, it starts from our own efforts, from our own home it will start. Charity begins at home. So in the similar fashion, the biological control is there, and neither we catch hold the rat nor the process goes on like that, because we are not sure in case of biological control how much efficacy it has done, or how much the end result, how much it is there. That cannot be ascertained. Because of that only biological control is now in the lagging position. Otherwise it would have taken the chemical control. So in case of the biological control, we have array of organisms which can be employed for biological control as an alternative pest management. I am talking about alternative pest management, starting from entomopathogen nematodes to till even we can use the birds also, right, for the control, for the management of some of the insects. We can use the birds also, and we have viruses, we have insects, we have parasites, bacteria, then so many things are there. I mean, there is a lot of opportunity for us to explore those biocontrol agents, so that we can minimize the pest population. May not be 100% efficacy may not be expected, but at least 40 to 50%. If the efficacy is around 40 to 50% is there, probably we are sure that to some extent we will be conserving the environment. So we always talk about the 3 P, that is predators, parasitors and pathogens. So in case of predators, we have praying mantis. So many predators are there, especially in case of rice ecosystems. For BPH we use the Cirrhodoris levidipenis, that is one of the predators that can be employed, can be used for management. Then in case of parasitoids, Trichogramma chilonis is there, that can also be used for the management of many of the leptoprone pests we are using. And in case of pathogens, we are now the overall the global world is looking for the exploration of pathogens, especially entomopathogenic fungi, entomopathogenic nematodes, then entomopathogenic bacteria, entomopathogenic viruses. It is a big world where we can have many of the biocontrol agents that can be employed, that can be explored for the pest management in many of the cropping ecosystems. So in case of predators, there are so many things are there. I do not want to tell each of them, but I just know their role cannot be defined, because their number will be less, and they are density dependent. If the pest population is there, then only their population will be there. Otherwise, they will not be. So therefore, they are density dependent. So many times the predators are not much explored when compared to any of the other organisms. But I have got 1 or 2 examples where the predators have been very effectively used, and they have successfully contained the pest, especially in case of sugarcane ecosystem. Right? In case of sugarcane ecosystem, we have sugarcane woolly aphid. Probably we all are aware of this particular pest, that is sugarcane woolly aphid. So during 2004 and onwards, there is a huge hue and cry with respect to woolly aphid, sugarcane woolly aphid. And to contain that, there are two predators were exploited. One is Dapha apidivora and another one was Micromas aegratus. So these two predators were employed and they are successfully contained in case of this particular pest, that is sugarcane woolly aphid, right? So probably Deshmukh has worked on that particular crop, that is sugarcane woolly aphid. So Micromas, and still today we have the problem in pockets, may not be widespread. In pockets we have the problem of sugarcane woolly aphid. Still in our laboratory also we are trying to multiply the Micromas aegratus, and wherever organic growers are there, growers, especially sugarcane growers are there we are promoting this utilization of Micromas aegratus. And for Dapha apidivora, a big laboratory was established in Dharwad, and now the population has declined. It is only because of the presence of these predators. Because in case of sugarcane ecosystem, it is very impossible to go and spray, right? Crop height will be around 10 to 12 feet, and it is not possible to go and spray. Therefore, and if any chemical is being sprayed in that particular sugarcane ecosystem, it will have lot of impact on the applicator. So therefore, we always recommend that let us control those natural enemies which are there, which are associated with that particular pest. And this is one of the classical example where by the use of the predators, the particular pest has been contained, or it has been managed, and the economic profit gained is more than crores together. So that much, even one small predators can have a lot of economic gain in pest management. And many parasitoids are there, and in case of parasitoids, there are especially in Trichogramma culonis. We always talk about the Trichogramma species which have been employed for containing especially the leptopteran pests in case of rice ecosystem, and in case of sugarcane ecosystem. In many of the crops, the Trichogramma culonis have been exploited, and even in case of cotton ecosystem also we can use this Trichogramma. And this is how the Gonages nephrantidis, especially wherever we have the problem of black-headed hairy caterpillar, right? So we are recommending Gonages nephrantidis, and many of the small laboratories are there which are mass multiplying the Gonages nephrantidis, and they have been used. You cannot expect 100% control, but at least there is 40 to 50% efficacy is there with respect to the parasitoids are concerned. And these are some of the glimpses of that. And mass multiplication. The major bottleneck for biocontrol agents is that multiplication is a big issue, because we have to produce in n numbers, right? So that becomes, which is very laborious. Keeping the facilities, everything is little tough. Otherwise, they are very, very good. And we have another success story with respect to papaya mealybug from. It has also, we call it as a classical biological control, because with the help of these particular parasitoids, we could contain the papaya mealybug. The entire papaya industry was in the process of collapse, but it was upheld because of the presence of these three parasitoids. Spray of any insecticides we would have not given the control, but because of the release of these parasitoids, like Asarophagus papaya and all, we could contain this particular pest to the economic, without causing any economic damage. So these papaya mealybug stories are also very nice, and especially with the help of this particular parasitoids, we could be able to contain this. So then, the predators and parasitoids are there. Then, as I already told you, with respect to pathogens are there are many pathogens, and especially the bacteria. Probably you all are aware of the story of Bacillus thuringiensis, BT cotton. So BT cotton was introduced in India during 2002, right? Only to control or to manage the Helicoverpa armigera. That was the number one pest to contain that particular pest. The BT was introduced, and 2002 there was a lot of reluctance for the adoption of BT cotton, and later on now 99.99% it is BT only. Wherever you go, we have BT cotton. The small microbe, the bacteria which has the ability to contain the helicorp armycera. So like that, the story of BT culture is there, and it has given a lot of impetus for the development of cotton cultivation, or the cotton industry is concerned. Because of the introduction of BT cotton, there is a 5 to 10 fold increase in the BT cotton cultivation, as well as the productivity was also high increase because of this particular say small microbe like bacteria, that is Bacillus thuringiensis. We have a series of BT products which are in our pipeline. Hopefully they will come. In case of maize we have, in case of rice we have the rice bowl, golden rice. So like that, there are series of BT products are there. They will be tested and they will come to the market at the earliest. And then in case of entomopathogens, especially the University of Agricultural Sciences Raichur, because it is one of the equip center of biological control. From 2017 it has been recognized as contingent centers. So from there onwards we have started working on the exploration of entomopathogenic fungi, and we had some of the biocontrol like metarhizium and so on. So here there comes the role of the scientists who are working in Krishi Vijnana Kendras as well as agriculture research stations, where the farmers oftenly come and approach us for the management practices. And we have done a lot of exercise with respect to the large-scale demonstration, large-scale production of entomopathogenic fungi, that is metarhizium and succulent, which is a very, very big challenge for us. And we started mass multiplication of metarhizium and succulent. And at the same time, we started with the help of ICR KVKs, we started giving demonstrations to the farmers. And we have done almost 4 to 5 years, we have done rigorous work on popularizing this particular technology. And nowadays, every farmers now, wherever they find the root grub, they will approach to us. It may not be to the biocontrol lab itself, because we have in Kalyana, Karnataka, 7 districts are there. The US Raichur jurisdiction is around 7 districts, and the farmers who are approaches to that particular KVK, they will intimate us, and we are supplying to the farmers, and we are educating the farmers how to use it. The major problem with biocontrol agents is that availability is a big question mark. The quality biocontrol agent availability is a big question mark, and method of applications, when to apply, how to apply, where it is available. So many array of questions are there with respect to biocontrol agents. And the first and foremost question which farmers will always ask is how much efficacy it is, how effective it is. Will it completely controls or not? Should I go for chemical control? But we convinced the farmers that this is the technology which can be employed and which can be used for the management of white grapes, and we have done large scale demonstrations. And nowadays every farmers comes to us, and they will on their own they will come to our laboratory, or they will approach, and they will take this particular product, that is a metarhizium and so on. So even for you can also have the entrepreneurship skills for the biocontrol, because there are a lot of strength is there, because nowadays organic agriculture is being promoted everywhere. If you submit any RKY project on organic agriculture, you will get one or the other form of the projects. Because Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, it is very keen in sponsoring or promoting the organic agriculture, and especially the young minds who are there in this forum, in this platform. I urge you to kindly write one or two projects on organic agriculture, on sustainable agriculture, with the aim to promote the biocontrol agents. There are many ways out where you can write the projects, and nowadays the consumers, like us, we want organic organic jaggery, we want organic, everything we want organic, but we are not encouraging. So therefore there is a lot of demand for that, and because of these are the two strengths. One is the policy makers, they are always thinking to have promoting the organic agriculture in India. So there is a lot of scope for the young minds to come out with the projects. And consumers, see, end of the day we always think of the end users, they are the consumers. If they are preferring organic products, probably we have to educate the farmers, and we can make the farmers produce organization through which we can produce the organic products, and we can give it to the consumers. So that is the one thing. And the problem with respect to biocontrol agents is that it involves a lot of commitment. It is not that if I say produce metrazone and super, it is not like that. It has lot of process should go on, and lot of commitment from the workers or who are involved in that, and therefore weakness is that lack of availability. Otherwise it works very well, and lot of opportunities are there, and then consumer preference, the same thing which I was telling you about that, and there are many issues are there. Then I just in 2 minutes I will just brief out the activities of a biocontrol laboratory which I am looking after, and we take up. Prashant was asking me about. Good rapport with the KVKs of our universities. We are promoting the biocontrol agents, and the biocontrol agents which we are producing. So these are some of the promotional activities with respect to the biocontrol agents, and then so this especially this has given a lot of impetus for the biocontrol agent, that is black thrips. It is one of the invasive pest, and lot of problem because in Raichur district as such, or even in Yadgiri district, a lot of chili area is there. Around 1 lakh to 2 lakhs hectares of area comes under chili crop, and where there is a problem of black thrips, and these are some of the symptoms which are associated with black thrips. So at the time of fruit formation, we find the problem of this black thrips, and even if the farmers call it as a flower thrips or flower black thrips like that. So for this, we started some of the activities, especially we started giving the consortia, like IHR, they have the consortia of MCA. So we thought of why not we use the other way of promoting our biocontrol agents. Earlier we used to give only the Bavaria basin, and then we slowly started multiplication of Lecanicillium lecani, and with some trials, trials, we came to know that the Bavaria as well as the combination of Bavaria and Verticillium lecani, both are performing very well against the black thrips, which is a major threat to the chili ecosystems. And once we started promoting the consortia of this Bavaria basin as well as Verticillium lecani, farmers started coming to our laboratory, and I always tell to my students and the others, farmers also, that 50%, if not the 80% or 80% result, even 40 to 50% is enough for biocontrol agents. You cannot claim more than 80 or so. So we are getting the farmer feedback is very good with respect to the application of this behavioral as well as decanosil and decani, and we have created courses, and this is how the farmers queue will be there. Last year there was we took even police protection also. So that many times we always tell that biocontrol doesn't work because of our continuous 5 to 10 years of work with the farmers. I think from Dr. Hanumantappa sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, happens to be DY of this campus. So he came for the first time to our campus. He was astonished to see why the farmers are so much gathered here. He directly came to our laboratory, and next day itself he requested the SP to depute to police to our laboratory. So that was the status of this biocontrol. And what I mean to say here is that because I could see many of the young minds are there, I urge you that there is a lot of scope for biological control. Only thing is commitment. So I think during this process, day and night we used to work, and there was no rest for us. 1 month, probably Manjunath knows, and many of our colleagues know that. So farmers, morning, they used to come by Bijapur from across districts. Even from Telangana, there was a huge demand for us, and we started with 100 rupees, now elevated to 150 rupees now. And there was this is one success story. I can say that if the farmers can come to us if we have a good quality biocontrol agents. So this is how the story started, and even today also we have many of the farmers will come to our laboratory. And I would like to say that even if a farmer wants, he is from far off, we are making arrangements for them also. So we have created one app through which they will indent the product to how much area they want, and they will take out their number, and we have the Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation through which we are sending the product to farmers directly. So we have also started accessing that. We are exploring that also. Therefore, the farmers need not to come to for 300 rupees they need to invest more than 1,000 rupees. So they used to come from Javari, it is far off. Then we made other arrangements so that we can reach farmers. That's also we have started, and even so this is how the crowd was there, and many visitors come to our laboratory, and even agriculture minister came to our laboratory, then state agriculture minister, and this is our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and many of the visitors who comes to Raichur, obviously they will visit our laboratory, biocontrol laboratory. Deshmukh has also associated with our laboratory, and this is what I wanted to convey. And if anything is there, I will be always with you, and any clarifications I will. Because they had biology is like that. Their active will be during the dusk hours. They are active during dusk hours. No, because of the chemical cues which we use. So based on chemical cues only they are. So even we have bacteria. Now I wanted to cover other topics like viruses also, but I just wanted to highlight only about the success, because we should enjoy only the success, not the.
Sir, is there any study on the effect of these biocontrol agents on human health?
So that work is going on, because the deuteromycotina which we are exploring, especially you are rightly asked that one of my student from Kerala, he is from Kerala only. Kerala, because we always take the example of Manuti. There is one big state biolaboratory is there. They do wonders, they produce like us only. Lot of biocontrol agent they promote from Department of Agriculture, not from university. So that we have to remember. Rasmi is there. I think her name is Rasmi. That she is agriculture officer. She takes the production of Nambal Yaru Yoga now Mandiko. So that is how it is. Sir, there are there are stories are there with respect to ill health of this. On human also they have the problems, but Bavaria bassiana, Iceria, then Metarism, they are not being recognized. But now penicillium antella bartola, they will have the human health problems.
ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಆಗಿ
ಇದೆ
ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. Another 30 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದೇ ತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹುಡುಕಬಾರ್ದು. So
that is there, a lot of papers are there with respect to how these entomopathogens, whether they are having any implications on human health. So especially as I was referring about Iceria, so that has got little side effects on human health, and that's why we are not promoting that also. Iceria. Otherly one subspecies there, I am unable to recall that particular subspecies which has human health.
Actually, we are producing Iceria at our KVK.
We have Iceria also. Iceria fumarosa.
Biocontrol agents we introduce, that will also hamper the biological, the ecological. So how to justify this?
At least we will be conserving the nature, by promote. We are not going to completely, we are not eliminating the best person. So probably there, the only motto is that it is far better than the chemical. Far better.
So somewhere we are like only focusing on the plant protection or whatever. But again, is there any study done that the native
Madam,
population gets affected?
I just forgot to mention the other topic like conservation agriculture. So the major platform for conservation agriculture is that we need to conserve this soil biota, the microflora, and the insect fauna also. So they are some of the platforms where we can conserve the nature, the insect population as well as the natural animal population.
So when we put a biocontrol agent, will it not hamper the
It will be there.
population that is native to that?
It will be there, but impact will not be like that of insecticides. Impact will not be like that of insecticides because it will not, because to start its activity, say for example entomopathogenic fungi which we are talking about, the spore should go to the cuticle, from there cuticle it should develop, the aprosorium it will happen, then the process of chitinize, so many things are there. So it takes almost 3 to 4 days to activate itself and to bring the mortality of that particular pest. So there is a time lapse will be there, and it may not be like the insecticides.
That's why sir used the Tom and Jerry. By this time, according to you, only the cats should be there. There won't be any rats, according to you.
Sir, in spices, that nematode and root grub problem is a major problem. So farmers are coming to purchase Phasconomyces for nematode,
yes,
and EPN for root grub, and they are asking one question that whether both are compatible.
Lot of work has been done with respect to compatibility is concerned, and EPN with insecticide there is a compatibility is there, but as such meteorism with EPN they are not.
Because
they are not compatible.
Both problem now it persists, root grub and nematode problem in cardamom. So they are coming to purchase both the Phasconomyces and EPN. So they are thinking about the labor cost.
Even meteorism relay will also have maybe 10 to 15% effect on nematodes also. Because we have given in and around Shivamogga also. Many farmers from Shivamogga also, the coconut farmers, they have taken but may not be.
So one by one.
Hey,
No.
You ask many things.
Many,
it is an
one by
interactive
one I said, not only one person.
Actually, as far as freshwater is concerned, we find many aquatic weeds, especially cherry species. So is there any insect so that you can feed on this and can get rid of it?
Why, doctor, so many examples are there?
Actually, we tried in Karawali, sir. Australia, the cherry species is very...
Neokitin. There are many bruches, sir.
Yes, sir. So, but we can't spread, especially the tanks and the wells are, they used to drink the water from the source. So we find that Salmonella species across the freshwater streams in coastal areas. So if we find any insect, rare contaminant,
many weed killers are there. 2-3 weed killers are there. They have been employed. GKVK ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಯೋಕಿಟನ ಬ್ರೂಚಿಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, they are using, and probably see you cannot expect 100%. You can be used it.
Yeah, there are examples.
There are many examples are there.
Many farmers are using oil and black roots management.
But we don't have any scientific data. Na? So even many farmers used to us, sir, ನಾನು ಕೋಳಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. See what the work egg will just it is an emulsifier. It will act as an emulsifier, and oil coating will be there. Because of that, it will cause an what you call the physical barrier. It will act as a physical barrier. So because of that, they feel that it is controlling. But in true sense, we need to develop the scientific data for that. So many know, nowadays we all are on YouTubes. Agriculture is happening through YouTube only, right? So many YouTubers are there, they are promoting this egg and stories. But we never know how it is effective and what implication it has on this pest. So many other entomopathogenic viruses, a lot of work has been done, but they are not available. I wanted to cover that also because I just wanted to convince you that the work which is happening, that should be experienced. If we involve any biocontrol agent, we can mass produce, we can give it to the farmers. Only thing is, very small equipments are required for multiplications, especially in terms of fungi are concerned. KVK. So many KVKs have started, and they are exploring these biocontrol agents. Even in Bagalkot, University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, they are also taking up mass scale productions. And why I was referring, RKV support for biocontrol agents is that recently I got one project under RKV around 1.5 crores for establishment of biocontrol laboratories. So like that, you can explore. And only thing is, we should be very, very confident that that particular product which we are developing, it should work under field situations. And we should have the farmer's feedback should be there. Then only we'll get the projects, otherwise it is very, very tough. NIPHM, they are just doing what you call the human resource development, HRD. They are not, earlier they are very aggressive. It is not that. My lab is only 6 rooms, 7 rooms is there. Only 7 to 8 rooms are there. Through which, because of this invasion of black thrips, my financial is improved like anything. In the sense, 10 to 15 laborers are there working in my laboratory. Throughout 365 days they are working. And last year around 60 lakhs we have the financial benefit we got, and this time it will reach us crores. So if we mind, we can also be an entrepreneur. So like that the laboratory is established, and because of all these activities, the farmers are coming to university and they are asking so many things. I think I have reached all of you to some extent. And if any lacunas are there, if anything is there, kindly take my number and you can contact me anytime. And just
slide you have. Okay, sorry. Please note down sir's number. Not in the last slide.
I just acknowledged the University of KSNUAHS for 94497 62175.
Okay.
Citrus butterfly. Cocoons. Parasitoids.
Raconid parasitoids.
Raconid parasitoids.
Multiple gregarious parasitism.
Sir, this is very big one. Then next class is there.
Sir, number.
Madam, 94497 62175.
94497 62175. 62175. Okay.
Sir, and my last word.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your patience listening, and thank you Deshmukh and the organizers for giving me this opportunity, having interaction with the wonderful participants. And at least one project will come out of this young team, and I am hopeful of that. And there is a lot of opportunities there. I am sure that there is opportunities there. The opportunity need to be harnessed by putting our sincere efforts. So thank you, Deshmukh. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sir, once again, I profusely thank for your wonderful lecture on innovations in biological control in pest management. So that shows how much experience you have undergone with respect to the pest management through biological control. So once again, on behalf of Shivamogga University of Agricultural and Horticultural Sciences, Shivamogga, and from the organizing committee, and also from all the participants, we profusely thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time. Okay, there is any commercial break?
Yes. Commercial?
I don't know. I don't know. Huh? If it is 5 minutes commercial break, then it's well and good. I don't know. I will ask.
ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಇನ್ನು? ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ್ತು ಸರಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ
We have our native isolates. That is only 5 years once it becomes because many of the farmers from Shivamogga
Sir, how does sir natural farming?
Natural farming.
Sir, pen drive ತಗೊಂಡ್ರಾ?
ತಗೊಂಡಿನಿ.
There is traditional bread. Traditional bread. They are telling commercial
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈಯಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಇದೊಂದು ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್
ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಓದೋ ಥರನೇ
May I request the participant to get into the hall, please? Yeah, shall we focus on our job now? Yeah. Good evening. We have a speaker who speaks on a subject which is much different than what we have listening to from past 3 days. So it's quite a different subject and the topic. I think we all will like and we will make use of it because it's on stress management, and I know many of us are prone to stress because we need to manage so many things at a given point of time. So we have a stress management. Now also you may be feeling, since morning you have been listening to so many classes and you have been no, it's a good sign then. That's a happy life, yeah. Yeah.
Microorganisms causing stress.
Microorganisms cause stress, okay. Okay. No, we will move away from microorganisms, plants and all now, and we will be living in a society and in a family, and we will be dealing with all those things, okay? So we have Dr. Aishwarya Arvind with us now. who has completed her MBA, Masters in Clinical Psychology and PhD in Marketing from VTU, Belgaum. She started her career in Taj as a corporate sales executive, then served Thomson Reuters as a financial analyst of Asian region. She has also worked in Volvo Buses India Private Limited as a national sales coordinator. After her corporate career, she joined she wanted to be in the teaching sector. So then she joined the college which is institute which is neighboring us, that is Jawaharlal Nehru College of Engineering, wherein she was an assistant professor there. And then she went to her own clinic, that is Positive Mind Clinic. It is located in Shivamogga. She has a passion of going to people, especially underprivileged. She goes to so many slums and rural women, and she has gone to jail. Don't take it another way. She has gone to jail to take care of the women there, to make them understand what the life is and what she has gone to counsel them. So she has a passion of making the underprivileged to get some strength or inner positiveness. Okay, we have such a good speaker with us today to make us get stress free or to make us develop personally, or personal development as a my motto. She'll be speaking to you now. Ma'am, we have around 40 participants across the state and from Kerala also. We have some 10 participants from Kerala. So they are all assistant professors and above cadre. Of course, truly they have stress in their professional and family life, because they have to handle so many tasks at a time, multitasking. So your lecture is truly a needed one today. Time is yours, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening everybody. Good evening, good evening. Okay, when I just entered, I saw that nobody is actually stressed and nobody has any problem. I don't know what I have to tell them, because suddenly the vibe I got, usually what we say is that vibe, that aura what we get from a crowd, that nobody is feeling stressed, everybody is like happy. So, well, either too much stress can lead to happiness without our knowledge, or it could be the other way around also. Well, whatever it is, thank you Soumya for inviting me to this series of lectures and conference you have. Without wasting much time, let me come to the point and we'll make it more interactive. At any point of time you feel that there is a doubt and you need to clarify, then and there, we can take a small tiny break and then we can clarify that. If I am a human being, if I know the answer, I'll definitely tell. If I don't know, I'll throw it to the audience. And if audience also don't know, we can catch up sometime later, or you can meet me in the hospital at Positive Mind Hospital, Shivamogga. Okay, just to visit me, hospital every day. Don't come to the hospital to visit me. So it's very difficult sometimes to tell people to come and meet me in the hospital. So everybody is like, hospital? No, meet me in the hospital, because we can't invite people, right, to hospital. So what is personality actually? What is personality? Personality is a kind of aggregation or aggregate of many things. One could be genes, and another thing is about psychosocial and environment what a person or individual faces. Now, why like genes we say? If you don't understand what is personality to its true sense, then we think that everything is because of the general situations what we face. So what is the first personality? Self a theory I have to do, then I can go to the practical ones. So genes is something which we're carrying from a lot of people, right? So 24, 23, 23, 46 genes actually are there. DNA is in our body. So we are carrying so many people's genes, like our hair texture, the eyebrow shape, the color, the height, the personality, the voice, the interest towards dance or music, or an intellectual ability of a person, the cognitive ability, the ideas what we get, everything what science says that it is because of the genes what we are carrying from people. And that's why we can't say that you drink haldi with what is that called? haldi milk andre the child will be fairer in color. You do yogasana and all that stuff, the child, or you do mathematical sums when the child is in the womb, when the baby is in the womb, the child will become a genius. So really we don't know whether that is the connection there or no. The science is still proving a lot of things. When we went to a recent conference called as perinatal development of the perinatal development and perinatal changes what happen in the woman, there we came to know that there is a slight connection between the situations what the women face during the baby in the womb. So that also can influence. See, everything is like can. It is anta illa. So it is like can or might or something like that. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that personality formation starts from the womb because we're carrying a lot of genes, plus there is a psychosocial environment which we face. Now what is this environment? A child is born. There are a lot of twin studies which are made. The twins which are born from the same mother and are sent to different places, and when they're raised, we have come to know that the child has got some innate nature which are like really visible. But at the same time, because of the experiences what the child or the baby or the toddler is experiencing, because of the exposure what the parents are giving the child, the two children, despite being twins, have exhibited different characteristics. So now you understand, when in a pie chart, if I put them together, whether the genes play an important role or the environment plays an important role, there's continuous debate. Even we have not proved that. But we say that a larger portion of whatever the person's personalities, people, this mic is coming between, so I am shifting my places. Yeah, I'll come to everybody's visibility. Yeah. So the thing is what both play an important role. So this is how the personality shapes. That is why as a child, as a toddler, it is so important for a child to get a right kind of an exposure, whether in all fields, at least expose the baby, expose the toddler to the right kind of environment. That is why we say that parents, please don't fight in front of the child, or see that your child is not exposed to any kind of trauma as a baby or as a child or as a teenage or pre-teen or adolescent. Don't expose your baby, when I say baby, it is like everybody, your child, towards any kind of substance abuses what the parents are doing, or don't expose them too much towards mobile or addiction. The reason is that exposure, because of their lower cognitive ability, that is they are unable to think what is right or wrong till we attain this age, right? They don't know what is correct or what is wrong. So when the cognitive ability is actually very low and poor, they really don't know what they are seeing is right or what they are seeing is wrong, and how do I take what I am seeing. Are you getting me? So this is how the personality shapes. Now when I talk about personality, there are different types of personalities. There are about 14 to 16 types of personalities which I can't discuss in this particular. We need a full day session or a 5-day workshop to discuss about what do you mean by personality and what are the different types. But let me just give a small gist about 5 different types of personalities, which may be a cluster. We fall somewhere here, somewhere there, sometimes there. And again, remember that personality is something which we might change over a period of time. Situations, how they come, we might change. Sometimes we are extrovert, sometimes we are introvert, depending on the type of innate person we are, and depending upon the situations, we might have to change our faces a little bit to adopt to that particular phase of life. Okay, so necessity is the mother of invention, right? So we might change. So what are the different types of personalities? First is it is abbreviated as ocean, that is openness. C is conscientiousness. E is extrovert. A is agreeableness, and N is neurotic. Okay, so let me not get into the details. I just explain the heading only. You will understand. Openness, ocean. Openness is something which a person is open to experiences. That person is very allows people to explain, express, because he's open to new ideas. You might see that some bosses or some people, when you're telling them a nice idea, they're like, hey, it doesn't work. They're like, no, this doesn't. I have been here in this industry for the last 26 years. It work out agala. This doesn't work. I have been here. I know how the people are. The system is bad. I know how the country is, this won't adopt. Nature, natural farming, this won't work. People might tell. When you want to express them the ideas, organic farming only is not working. Natural farming will work.
Next exact farming.
Yeah. So what really happens is that it's the nature, it's a personality, openness to new experiences. Some people might tell, oh yeah, really, this does work. Okay, fine. Let us start adopting it. Not in a very large scale, at least in a small community, in a small area. At least we'll start opening. That's the personality. That's the kind of openness people have. C is conscientiousness, is consciousness. Consciousness is when work ethics. When you're working, we have a lot of opportunities to deviate, right? Either through bribes or either through substance abuses or through cheating with the wife or husband. There are a number of opportunities which an individual has that is conscious, right? Who gives consciousness? Baby has a conscious. Does it know what is right or wrong? It all comes through upbringing, right? How the parents are at home and what value systems we build in a child actually tells what you mean by conscientiousness. That's why moral science subject is so damn important in schooling, but unfortunately some of the schools have taken out that subject and don't even include that in final exams. So children also give least importance to it. So there is less conscientiousness in people. Everybody is now telling that, oh, my child does not know how to respect, the child does not know to differentiate between elders or this thing, that they don't know how to talk. Why? Because we don't give value to that at all. How we are, the replica, little bit of replication is there in the children, right? So conscientiousness is something which is like value system, which is like personality. Even if the child is not born, we can induce that in the child through a lot of taming, and it takes a lot of time. E is extrovert. Now who said that extrovert is good and introvert is bad? Extrovert, there is nothing like that. Whatever I am speaking, no personalities are bad or good, is how you face the situation. Extrovert sometimes is also very bad, because if you're too extrovert, then you're too talkative, people might not really like you, too socializing, people may not understand that why people are talking so much, people might take you wrong, your wives might take you wrong, everybody is talking, you are talking to all the women around, all the but he doesn't have that in the mind, but that can create unnecessary conflicts at home, right? So, and one more thing, it's a waste of time sometimes. So I don't know what you are perceiving, what I'm saying. Maybe it really connects to what you are thinking. But being extrovert sometimes is really good, at the same time is harmful, but at the same time introvert is good, because you're quiet. You know how much limit to make for yourself. You know when to talk and when not to talk. Because when I used to attend a lot of conferences, I used to have genuine doubts. I used to think, yeah, let me not ask, let me keep quiet, because it might take time, and everybody's like, they will look at me and say, it's time up already and asking a question. We are already hungry. So, but sometimes when you're just about to get up, there could be an individual who would ask a question which is not even like one important thing at all. Like that I used to feel that mine was such a genuine question and I didn't ask. So I'm actually an extrovert person, but I behaved an introvert. The reason is I empathize with others. I understand that it is too much for individuals to take. Matton question will take another half an hour, so I better be quiet. I can always ask in a tea break. Yeah, so that is again, so introvert and extrovert, and you trying to blend yourself into different things depending upon your people around you. So that is empathy. Extrovert. OCEAN. Agreeable. So people sometimes we agree to disagree. In an argument, what happens? We're like, you're perfectly right. Fine, will I end this? We don't do that. How can I listen to my wife? How can I listen to my subordinate? Why should I listen? That the question of why is it? How? Why? Why should I listen to them? I've been here in this place. I know much. I'm the head of the family. When the I factor comes too much, right? So what really happens is we forget that there are others also who can know better than us. Sometimes a student gives an answer which is much better than what we actually know. But we are reluctant to take that and like, we know better. So we know, we sometimes do that unknowingly because that ego without our knowledge comes as a mask on our mind. Okay, so these are OCE, A, agreeable. So agreeable is not like every time you have to agree, be nice, be kind, but it is like without me being agreeable, am I aggravating this particular topic of discussion without me being agreeable? Sometimes there is a lot of fight, and because we are not agreeing with each other's point of views, we are not empathizing with each other, sometimes we are aggravating the issue and we last it for a lifetime. So we'll have to blend. These are different types of personality. OCEAN. N is neurotics, is like you can't change them, they're like out of question, so nothing can be done. That is like higher state of mental abilities. So they're like neurotics, they insane people. So either stable or insane, extremely insane, but somehow they reach the very high positions. I don't know how. Have you felt that? I mean, they become neurotic or they born neurotic is very difficult to identify. Sometimes we wonder, right, how their wife or their husband actually tolerate them at home. We always talk, these type of talks have not changed at all since the last 50-70 years. Same discussion, how the children say, no, I wrote the paper well, teacher didn't correct, she has lot of issues in her family. With that mindset, I think she must have corrected. That is what, it has not changed over a period of time. That's the same answer which people give. Another answer, it is tough for the whole university. Everybody has got less. Everybody has just passed. Then I will be looking at my children too, both are giving the same answer. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಟಫ್ ಇತ್ತು, ನನಗಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಟಫ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಬಂದರು. So okay, fine, this I have been telling since 25 years. Give me some other reason. So the thing is, what I am trying to say here is that neurotics is something which is like a very unstable person, but somehow they will be highly intelligent and they might reach higher positions in life, but their family, their work life will be very pathetic, very disturbing. They disturb themselves, they disturb the others, but the system will be running because there are others who are effective. They will be running the system. Something like sometimes our country also runs like that, right? Some people are like that. System will be running because of other people, right? IAS officers are there, all officers, district people are there, people like you are there doing different things. Despite industrialization, you all are telling natural farming, despite people so there is something, some people are working everywhere and we are there somewhere supporting. One or two people in this field, in this room will change, they will change. So we are somehow balancing the system because of different people. Okay? So when we understand the personality, actually personality is when we are clubbing this, then I have to cut short. That's why I'm just cutting short. So we are leaving. If you have understood personality is something which is very difficult subject. We learn for 3 years, we learn the same subject. So in 15 minutes I can only explain so much. Okay, so something which is coming through genes and something which is through exposure, personality formation happens. Now again, why do I have to change my personality? Why do I have to develop a personality is introspection. If my personality is causing harm to me and my society or my people in my office or my people at home, then I think I should better change my personality to a better human being. That introspection ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, if that introspection ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ರು somebody has to tell you that and you should agree for that, or you and as on a continuous basis have to introspect as to, am I okay? Am I being nice? Am I being empathetic? Am I being very rude? Am I a team spirited person? Am I nice to my family? Am I bringing my stress from my work home and home stress to work? Am I complicating things around? Am I being a nice parent or a father or a good citizen? Is the question you need to make to yourself. At the end of the session, when we go, tomorrow is a new day, new topics on natural farming, so you might definitely forget me. So what is the purpose of doing the session altogether? Tell me. If the purpose of the session is doing that to really introspect, then we can continue. Shall I? Yes. So do you have a purpose for the session today? The purpose is not just to finish today by just talking a deviated subject which is just going to be a little nice, jovial, fun, it was nice, and no adoption purpose. Same like all the conferences whichever I've attended, none of the outcomes were ever implemented in real life. All the marketing stuff, whatever we discussed in the conference, never came to real practice at all. So we just discussed, everybody presented the paper, everybody went, we got a certificate, we got our increment, that's it. The same thing happens with most of the conferences, right? Sometimes I might tell the hard truth because I am coming from an academic background. 10 years I was an assistant professor in a college, so I used to know the importance of these kind of events. This is a mandatory thing for us to conduct. We used to conduct it like with lot of hue and cry and allow as many people as possible and tell everybody like 80 participant, 90 participant, never. Because it was I had to go to the principal and tell like I did an event this whole year, what did I do? So I did this event, I brought 90 participants and this much was the revenue, this much was the kharcha and outcome, who implemented it, what happened, nobody knows. We all got certificates, we got some PhD holders, as for them it is mandatory to get that accreditation or something like that, and then we all got it, and then I finished my PhD and I don't know what I did with the recommendations of my PhD. It is nicely seated in my book. Thank God it is not, it is just sitting there. And I'll every time see that, I feel like publishing it. What is the use of publishing then, I think, because nobody is going to even implement that, because everybody's already implemented that. And I don't know how much better people who are going to listen from a women from Shivamogga, they'll be thinking like IIM, IIT, or they think what they won't take, why will they take my suggestions? So it is like sitting there nicely covered. My PhD is always like one showpiece. So what I'm trying to tell here is that the objective of everything, that is called as personality. What type of personality do you have? Do you want to really make a change after you go back after attending this conference, or it is just an addition to your
Spirituality related with the personality, something like you can change the personality.
Means it?
Spirituality.
Yeah, I'll come to that, sir. Like I'm just introducing and evoking emotions in you. Everybody. Preliminary discussions are important. So then we can come to the cure of it. So, okay. So if you are the kind of person who wants to make a change in your places wherever you are coming from, then it is worthwhile, because this is what is the next in thing. We have already harmed our environment to the core, and only you can do the massive changes we can't do as a psychologist. You are the ones who can do. You are people who are taking a lot of students, you are talking with them, induce these systems in your environment, bring a lot of changes in farmers, change their mindset rather than going in for whatever seed, whatever other businesses they are into. Some seed companies are also taking their support. Somehow they are growing the dwarf plants. We are eating them. We are getting so many diseases. So who can make the changes is you, right? Because the basic thing what we are eating, that's why we are seeing a lot of, we as in my hospital, my husband is a psychiatrist, so in our hospital we see a lot of clients 30 years, 28 years with heart risk diseases, with strokes. The generation is actually earlier, the strokes, dementia used to be on a scale, at a spectrum of after 50, 60, 70, 80. But now it is coming like 20s, 30s, all psychiatric diseases like schizophrenia, bipolar, OCD, depression, suicide rates are all coming to the range of 15 to 29. And one of the things what we are accounting is for the food we are eating. The food we are eating. The conferences which I attended, everybody is talking the Teflon content in the tawas what we are eating, the Teflon content in the utensils what we are having, that is getting into the body and causing all neurological damages, and that's why people today are suffering from more depression rather than they don't have any depression situations at all. So what we are eating, it starts from there, and who can make the changes? Who can make the changes? We are all blaming the government, right? Government has appointed, created universities like these to make changes by us. I don't know what changes you all can do. If that is the idea of sitting here, change your mindset, and that's your first personality certificate, then absolutely this my entire 1 hour session is also just a waste of time for you, not for me. And not for me at all. Okay, the second thing is about stress. What is stress? Stress is like what? What do you experience when you are stressed?
Strain.
Huh?
Hypertension.
Strain.
Hypertension.
Hypertension. Where do you experience strain? Head. Then disturbance. Where?
Feel uncomfortable.
Feeling uncomfortable. Yeah. Then how do you feel that you are stressed?
Angry and
Anger issues, emotional changes.
Simple things. Not the big things. Simple things. Angry.
ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಸ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು. Even from here to there, yeah, just that. Is it that stress? How are we expressing that? There are certain kind of emotional changes, right? We experience. It could be emotional changes. What are the biological changes we see?
Eye appearance.
Face is like very
rash.
Nandini. Yeah. So it is for the women. For the male, it is like. Do we allow them to be that?
In some other place.
Okay, so the thing is, stress is something which we see a lot of biological changes like heart palpitation, anxiety, breathlessness, choking sensation, anger, cry. Sometimes we cry when we are stressed. Because we sometimes anger and crying both are mixing. We are shouting at somebody but we are crying. No, I'm not crying. But we are crying. So sometimes we shout loudly. Our head. Some people have a persistent headache, whether it is occipital. Usually the headaches what causes during stress are temporal region headache. This is the we tried, right? So stress headache usually is not here or in the occipital region or the parietal region. It is usually in the temporal region, in front of the eyes, the frontal region. We always unknowingly we just start pressing, right? And then sometimes choking sensation, we start breathing like a dog. Like that, we start breathing like a dog, our voice is loud, our voice. So that kind of stress causes a lot of biological changes. What really happens when we are stressed? What kind of hormone does it release? It releases a hormone called as cortisol hormone in our brain, which actually is a very pathetic hormone which actually reduces our metabolism and causes all kind of ailments. But one day stress cannot cause any kind of changes in our body. Different consistent, periodical and very long time stress can lead to major diseases. So it is like that is why we say that please be stress free. Come on, you can do it. You just let it go. Just leave it where it was. Forget about it. Forgive people. These are some of the spiritual gurus have already spoken. Let go. Leave it. Forgive. Let's take life as it is. Just breathe. These are some of the simple techniques. The way when they tell it, we like, yeah. Of course, we also think like that, but we start practicing and when the stress situation is in front of us and we like, hey, yaarido, yake gaadi il park martira, then we suddenly raise. We forget that, breathe. We forget that. We see so many videos on YouTube. All the gurus are there constructing huge buildings with so many monuments, having 21-day program, that challenge, this breathing technique, that chakra, this evoking of that thing and everything, but nothing absolutely is practiced by anybody. Because we see so many motivational videos, we don't know what to follow. Sometimes we are bombarded with motivations and like finally we don't know what to do. So sometimes really what happens is that stress is something which should be consistently followed. At least one thing, breathing technique hididre breathing technique madana. So we are so confused and we are so involved with our own life that sometimes we actually forget what do we have to do. That's why such programs are very important, to kind of induce a kind of sense of a kind of thought in you. We might not cover the subject altogether, but there is a thought always. In lifetime, you might always forget that a maroon color saree woman had come to tell us about stress management. We laughed that day, and sometimes it might reverberate in your mind, but I don't know if you'll practice. So I am inducing a thing in your brain telling that a maroon color saree which you'll never forget. So it is like a memory technique. We ourselves are telling you to remember it. Okay, so stress is something, sometimes it is good also. That is called as eustress. Eustress is like when there is a function at home and everybody is like going, getting along and like, hey, come on, guests are going to come. Hey, just for that, if you are angry, then it is a distress. Hello, why are they coming here to our house? That is also a distress. Sometimes people know uninvited guests, we don't want them to come, we have applied mehndi on the head or we have applied dye on the head and people are said that we are just coming. And like you don't know what to do, you're putting your face back, your full entire house is in a mess. So and somebody wants to come to your house, that is a distress, and we are expecting something nice happening. You're purchasing a new house, you're great, your child has just got a good marks and getting a good seat somewhere, some place. That is a good stress. That is like feeling nice. But when we have some different kinds of stress responses. What are they? One is flight. We run away from the problem. Sometimes you see an oncoming car and you don't know what to do. We leave the car and jump off, right? I have to be safe. It is called as like a flight. You're just flying away from the problem. So sometimes what happens is you avoid somebody's call, right? Repeatedly you're seeing the phone and somebody is calling you, don't want to talk to them, you will be like, let them think I'm busy. So that is like avoiding because they wanted to talk to you about something urgent, or you tell, I'm very busy. So this is a kind of, you're avoiding your flight, you're taking a flight from the stress, you're avoiding the stress. Or you want to exercise every day morning, every day you put that plan, every day 5:30 you put an alarm and say that tomorrow morning, now New Year is coming, it's January 1st, I'm going to start running, all shoes, everything is ready. January 1st is like early morning, you see, Wednesday it is, yeah. I start from 5th, Sunday I'll start. How can I start from today? It is not a good day. Shani the kata avattinda ನನಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿದೆ 5ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತಂತೆ. I start from then. And 5th will never come. It will come to 2025. So this is the thing. We avoid something. So that is called as you are avoiding the stressful situation. I'll get it done tomorrow. Freeze. Sometimes we freeze for the moment. Like we don't know what to do. Somebody is shouting at you. Some car is in front of you, you're crossing the road, and sometimes some people freeze, right? You don't know what to do, right or left or do I need to do something? So the reaction is so bad that sometimes we freeze and we don't know what to do during that situation. Also can cause is a type of stress response. Okay, sorry, I forgot. Next is fight. Sometimes we fight. Why did this happen? Why I should not be doing? So you fight with another person because you're so stressed. You fight. You fighting with that. So you're fighting in such a manner, but there is no logical end to it. Next is what? Faun is like comply. Okay, ji huzur, whatever you're saying is right. I don't care what is happening to my mind. I don't care about natural farming. Whatever you do is the right. My dear, my dear who participants. Yeah. So these are some of the preliminary concepts about what you mean by personality and what is stress, and let me now concentrate about what are the problems which people face. Psychological issues is my arena. What are the problems which people face, especially because of their personality and because of their stressful situations. Before that, let me just understand what are the different kind of stresses what you face, because we have a different type of stress. You have a different type of stress, right? So understand what stress we are talking about, what can affect me. If we are talking very general, like the stress what doctors or